Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful time. You can call me Dragon, and today we will be continue work on MonsterStone and trying to get all those UI sounds implemented and what else we can figure out. Because there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, and yeah, let's just dive into it. So I changed my overlay a little bit. I've removed the second monitor in the top left of your screen. And the reason why is because I realized it was occluding a bunch of stuff that might be interesting to, see. And not having that also means that I can say like, oh yeah, we're going to look on this thing in the top left over here. You actually know what's going on. Anyways, yeah, so we've been working on the UI yesterday, and the plan is to continue doing that today. Now, there are a few things that we can do today to make that process a little bit more convenient. Let me first lower that desktop audio for you guys there. I do have Wise open, of course. You can go. So, the first thing, I guess, is that right now, when you play the game, I have to make sure that all the respective UI elements are enabled, otherwise the game just gets stuck. And what I mean by that is, for fuck's sake, why is someone calling me right now? Oh well, I probably have to take this. My bad. Well, that was impeccable timing. So, yeah, that was a phone call, and that was a phone call from the job center, as a matter of fact. And what they were wanting from me was my bank account number for my company, because there's like some money involved in that education or the classes or the current program that I'm undertaking. This fucking chair keeps getting in the frame. I don't know what to do about that. But basically, she needed an account number for that, and as a matter of fact, I just had to tell her over the phone, and that was fine. So, okay, I don't know what's up with this fucking webcam these days. When I bought this software, this VCam software, like a year ago, it was sort of working better than it is now, which is kind of strange. Let me just try and refresh that camera, see if that works. Because it is image processing, so it's like using light levels and shit to figure out background subtraction and such. So it doesn't always work too well. I mean, I've even got 2 light sources that are supposed to make it so that, you know, the background is like not super bright compared to me. At least I like get like a edge highlight, you know, and kind of see that in the effect there. So it kind of works, but also not always. Usually it works better in like later in the day. But I can't wait till later in the day just to have better lighting conditions for this software to work. It needs to work now, god damn it. Alright, let's go and actually get started on this development today. But yeah, it was very important to get that stuff done, because otherwise, you know, I basically can't get started on the next phase of this program, which is to run a company. Technically, I have already started. Like, it's 6 months worth of time where I can do, you know, run a company. And the general gist is to spend the first 5 months figuring out, or not figuring out, I've already done that, but setting things into motion and get it hopefully to a point where everything is profitable and, you know, it's running along smoothly. And then by the 6-month mark, I won't be dependent on the social welfare system in my country, which is the alternative, going back to that or getting a job on the sideline somehow, and somehow make this game at the same time, which seems a bit difficult. Anyways, enough about that. Trying to remember what we were talking about here. Okay, so yeah, I have some UI elements, and that's what I was about to show in the UI canvas. So we've got this overlay effect here, which is called fade transition, which is basically just a black color that goes across the entire screen, and whenever the game starts, it fades out, and whenever you transition from various states in the game, I can use this to fade to black and fade out again, in like to make like some clean transitions and do things in the background while it's completely dark. But the thing is, in order for the game to work, these need to be enabled, and obviously this makes it really, really difficult to manipulate any of your UI, because you can't see what the heck is going on. You can't even see the main menu, and obviously the main menu is on top of everything else as well. So that means if I want to access all the game's actual UI, I have to at least disable those two. However, for the game to work right now, there's nothing in the game that initializes the main menu UI and the fade transition. So we could do that in a couple of ways. I could either do that in the idle clicker itself, because it probably, yeah, it already has references to UI canvas, and probably also a reference to the fade transition game object. So doing it here would not be a particular problem, and due to the way that I'm programming the game with Bolt, I think it's okay to do that. Do it this way anyway. And then what we'll do is that we'll put it into a super unit, because that's basically like having a script in a script, because you don't have functions in Bolt. Needs to wake up, it seems. There we go. And we don't need any input on this thing, so let's just call this... Active UI toggler or something like that. Yeah, let's just call it this. We don't need any inputs and outputs. And literally all we do need is a event, right? And then is it application? No, it's not an event then. Is it a control? No, it's not a control. Then this an event. Figured. Life cycle, I think that's it. Yeah, on enable, that's probably the most appropriate because that's basically as soon as the game starts. This is before any update method on start. Because normally you do on awake, which is like before any code is run, but after the game has loaded the object. And I think on enable is the equivalent of that. On enable, we need to do idle clicker, fade transition. Oh, I think we already got it there. There's a game object for that one. And we need the idle clicker UI canvas. Yes. And then we need some game object, set active. And then we need to make sure that these are enabled when the game starts. So we just set up these like so. Plug them through there. And then tell these what game object to affect. So that at least should make them active now. I don't know if this is actually gonna work without testing, so we'll have to quickly do that. Let me just think if there's anything else I want to do here. Because in the future, I've got like an idea on how to do this in a more clean way, and I probably would not do it in the idle clicker itself. Because I can then make like a UI initialization manager or something. And in there, I can have like two lists of game objects, one for all the things I want to enable and another one for all the things I want to disable. What that will do for me is that I can set up literally every single of these UI overlays here that are disabled into the disabled category, and everything that has to be enabled by default, I can put it into the enabled category. And the reason why that is kind of useful for me is that whenever I start the game, when I'm testing things, like for instance, if I have end level UI enabled right now, before I start testing, I have to remember to close this down at the very least right now. And normally I would also have to re-enable fade transition and main menu, right? Which is a lot of back and forth enabling and disabling for every time you want to test something. So let's just see if this works as a starter and then take it from there. Because there's the possibility that it just doesn't work because other things get in the way. So for instance, if I'm trying to access something before it's enabled or something. Yeah, let's get this volume down to like a sensible level. Hopefully this is fine. I did notice in the VOD that it was very, very quiet. You could just not hear any of the sound effects. Why does this not... Why are they not active? What? Oh, they are, but it's the wrong one. It's not UI canvas overlay, is it now? It's the fucking main menu UI. I did the wrong thing. Idle clicker main menu. I wonder. Because this does not explicitly state that it's main menu UI. My guess is that that is the case though. We'll just give it a go. That's probably the fastest way to figure this out. UI canvas overlay. I don't even remember what that does. Looks like it's empty at the moment, so probably nothing. Hey, that works. Cool. Okay, before we do anything else right now, let's go into Wise and let me just go to the music bus here. Try and lower that by like 15 dB or something. Let's do 10. I don't know if I need to re-import the in Wise here, if I need to re-import or generate the sound banks. My experience so far tells me that it's a yes whenever I change something in Wise. But yeah, that's another thing that I want to do. Maybe if I can today, like some way of adjusting the volume, but that seems like a bit of a big task, so it might take multiple days to figure that out. Especially because I don't remember exactly how to manipulate all those things. I haven't really worked with it yet. Let's just take a listen to see. Yeah, this is more. What does OBS say? Yeah. Yeah, it's like really quiet in comparison. Game is super loud though. Actually, now that I think about it, let's do it in a different way. So it does seem like I just need to lower it by like 5 dB. But instead of lowering it there, I do want to do it in here instead of the audio mixer. Because the audio mixer is for like in-game volume adjustments, and here it's for like source files, like baseline volume adjustments. You know, preferably the baseline volume levels are at a good point compared to each other, so that the music isn't super dominant, right? And then the player can just adjust them as is. And using the different mixer hierarchies, you can do settings for like music, ambience, effects, and so forth. That is at least the plan. Yeah, I still have to like lower the desktop audio though, because it's still loud, generally speaking. But that's because there's no in-game options. Normally when I stream games, I also, you know, usually tune the global sound setting down to like somewhere between 10 and 20%, depending on the game. So this is kind of what you expect a video game to do. Now, anyways, before moving on, let's actually make that UI manager thing. Disable UI manager. Wait, I already have like one? Not exactly sure what this one does, because it doesn't have a flow macro on it. It doesn't have a list either. It's just like UI canvas itself. Not sure what I was intending that for. Well, it doesn't do anything at the moment, so let's just leave that. UI toggle initialization, which is a hard word, manager. That's what I want to call this. Zero that in. And we're gonna need two things. We're gonna need a script and a flow machine for this. So let's go in and make the C# script first. What do we call this again? UI toggle initialization. All in one word with what it's called again, camel case, I think. I can't remember. And then we need a flow machine from Bolt. Flow macro, that's what they're called. UI space. Come on. Come on, Unity. Thinking about it. Ah, it's because the script, it had to re-import it. Okay, fair enough. UI toggle initialization. It's like one of the most annoying things about my game project is there's so many places where I've spelled resources with 2 S's, even though it's spelled with 1. But it's like so far in now that that it would be more pain than it would be worth, like, adjusting all that, basically. So I'm just leaving it. And that's just how it is. Let's get that flow machine in there. Then at the UI toggle initialization script, which is currently empty, of course. And let's open that. And we don't need an update, we don't need a start. We just need this to contain 2 variables, really. And this is actually has to be a list of game objects. And this is gonna be the UI enable list variable. And we also need a similar one just for disable. And that should be literally everything, right? Unless I also want a bool to enable and disable this feature. Could do like a bool, I guess. That way I can at least turn it off for some reason if I need to. Get that bool. Enable UI toggle. And that's probably it. Code for this should be ultra simple too. Just iterate over all the game objects and then set them to active and on start, and that's literally all it needs to do. I've just been, it's like that thing where I've been too lazy to actually implement something like this, even though it's so simple. And actually it's very beneficial as it happens. Okay, we've updated the unit options. Go into flow graph and get started. UI toggle disable list. Then we need a UI toggle enable UI. Which is the bool. Cool. So that was an event and that was in lifecycle on enable. On enable, we do a branch, which is our if statement equivalent. And then we want a for loop. Not that one. We need a for each. A little bit easier to use. We can use either, but this is just easier. Got you. There are like two ways I can do this, but I think doing it with sequence is a bit cleaner. Set it up like this. Game object set active. Need two of those. And this is enable list, so these need to be enabled. The other one just needs to be disabled. And then it's just for the game object in that for loop. And that's literally it, I think. Don't even care about documenting this because this is like so fucking bloody simple. There we go. So that means that we can go into idle clicker and just delete the active UI toggle that I just made for the test. And we can use this one instead, this UI toggle initialization manager. And let's lock that one in the inspector so that it's a bit easy to work with right now. And let me go to the game screen. And then get all of these things that are currently enabled in there. That one, and then we also need the main menu UI and the fade transition. The enable list. UI canvas item tooltip. Oh, that's for something I made it to test at some point. Testing button, what does that even do? Oh yeah, we're still locked to this. Yeah, I don't think I need this test button anymore. The item bag, yeah, that is a feature that's a work in progress. That's not for the demo either. For the demo version of the game at least. I don't think I'll be able to finish that system before I need to update the demo. All right. Let's add the rest. Everything that is currently disabled technically just needs to be added to the disabled thing. Dialogue, apart from main menu UI, of course. Main menu button UI, nope. Dimming overlay, yes. Dialogue. Loading screen profiles menu, which doesn't even do anything. Item inventory, item bag. Let's not keep the bag in there for now. Let's actually keep it in there. That way I don't make sure that it doesn't get loaded at least. So is this what I think it is? No, let me see. Yes, okay, so that's that button in the top right. It looked kind of weird though when I was looking at it just a moment ago. Yeah. It's all off center like that. What? Why? What happened to you? Did I do this intentionally, I wonder? I think I actually might have. I think I actually did. This is actually intentional that it's offset like this. Because it like animates in from the corner of the screen when you hover over it. Get out of here, you stupid fly. Also think I know why you were around. That's probably because of that energy drink from yesterday. Let me just get rid of that. Fruit flies have a tendency to swarm around energy drink cans that are empty. At least that's what I've noticed. So if you ever have fruit flies and you have an energy drink can, then you probably want to get those out of there. Did I forget something? In the UI toggle thing? The main menu button is there, it's enabled. Oh, it's because I forgot to I forgot that the enable UI toggle is not on by default. That makes sense. I just realized I called the script toggler initialization and the flow graph is called toggle initialization. God damn it. That is gonna annoy me so greatly. Yeah, the game sound effects are a little bit more prominent now that I've lowered the music audio there. Still needs some work though, because these sounds are like really loud. It also add like a dust plume sound whenever these things get collected. The way it works is that whenever you harvest the resource, there's a chance that a secondary resource will appear from it. And you can either click it to collect it directly, or if enough time passes, it'll collect itself, basically. So you don't have to actively click these things, you know, carpal tunnel syndrome and all that. But it also means that if for some reason, and it is possible, technically speaking, if one of these resources manages to fall over the edge of a level, then there's like a backup that eventually like automatically collects it if you don't manage to catch it. Otherwise it would just keep falling, and that's obviously not a good thing. So yeah, resources shouldn't ever be able to get stuck anywhere. All right, well, what's next on the menu then? Because now we got this handy little tool to help us out, which makes it way easier for me to actually make changes to the UI itself. Well, I mean, we kind of got all the UI sounds done yesterday. So if that's the case, then I guess the next part would be to implement sounds for those resources that in places where they're not. Just trying to think where. Oh yeah, okay, there's a couple of places where I know we're missing some things. Trying to remember. This is my prefabs folder, but that's not the one I need. Has to be either streaming assets or resources. I think it's streaming assets, but I could be wrong. Because in here, these are the chest defaults, yes. Well, actually, that's true. I don't... do I just pop you? I can't even remember how the chests work. What's this one called even? File resources chest cave tier. Okay, so I have like these loot chest variables here. Uh-huh. How does this work again? I think it's like the higher tier the chest is, the more resources you get. But the contents is always the same, so it's only manipulating the quantity of the chest. I think that's how I did it, so that I could do it fairly general but still have control and reason to do so. So basically any particular level can have specifically designed chests when it comes to its contents, like the type of content it has. So if you're in a forest level, I can feed you resources that are naturally occurring in that level. But say you are in a completely different level that's like a lava biome or something, I can feed you something similar to that biome over there instead, but use the same system for it. And then since I just multiply the amount of resources, I can have different qualities of chests too. So this has a flow machine. Is this the thing? No, this is just the chest guides. Yeah. So this is not where the actual magic is happening. Let's see. Yeah, and these are scriptable objects. Yeah, I think the original intent was to make it so that the actual chest contents was supposed to be scriptable objects. But I didn't do it that way. Chest visualization, okay. This just contains the information for what resources to generate. Well, that probably tells me that it's one of those idle clicker scenarios again. So it's not the chest themselves that handles the code for what to generate, it's in the idle clicker actually. Most likely. Let's see here. Yeah, so is it a loot chest? Then we run the loot chest code in here. So it's like, it is separated in the idle clicker, so it's not hard to find when it comes to the code. It's just the variables get very cluttered. And I have thought about ways to do this, and I think one way would be to like move all the variables around according to where they're located in the flow machine itself. Obviously, you know, in a large project, you probably wouldn't want to do it this way, because then only one person could work on the code any given time. Since it's just me, I can do whatever the frick I want. Now, let's see, what do we have here? So I think, yeah, okay, so this looks very familiar. So if we just go into, I don't know, where is it? Resources? Should be like a collect resources thing somewhere. Yeah, harvestable object. So in here, we should have very similar code somewhere. Ah, here it is. So this is what we want. This is the Y stuff that we implemented the other day. So if we take that and we move it into a loot chest, and it should be right around here, really. It's the exact same thing. It just is sort of positioned a bit differently. This already is actually a sequence, so I could actually just extend this. For tidiness sake, let's move these things around so that the top arrow goes up to this Y's call instead. And then we need to put you in there so that we actually have a game object. Why are you complaining? Oh, right, because you also need the game object. So we're posting that game object on these secondary resources that are generating, which is basically what the loot chests are. They only generate secondary resources. They cannot generate primary ones. Hey Bacon, how are you? How are you? I'm doing fine, thank you very much. Actually, I think it might be, yeah, it is a little bit cloudy today and windy outside, but the weather is not too terrible. Got a lot of stuff to do today, but I'm sure I'll manage to do most of what I'm intending on accomplishing. What are you up to? You're waking up, I suppose, getting ready for work and so? I'd imagine that would be the case at least. Unless you already are at work, of course. Yeah. Figures. It's nice to have you in here on occasion, like every now and then, to like remind me that other people also have actual normal daily routines that they need to go through. Not getting ready. Okay, so you are at work then, I take it. Yeah. Oh, now getting ready. Mobile, yeah, okay. Well, given that it's 12:30, either you're somewhere in Europe and you just work late in the evening, or you're, what would that be? That would be westward somewhere. 6:30 a.m. That is pretty early. US East. Would have to be, wouldn't it? That is like super early to get up. Holy shit, actually. I would die if I had to get up at 6. Like, I can hardly even get up at 7. But then again, my daily schedule is completely fucked. So, it's not a surprise there, really. Oh, honestly, like so my daily schedule, so okay, let me break it down for you. So my daily routine right now, which I'm trying to make an actual routine. I've only been doing this for like this week so far, but you know, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays are gonna be the game development streams. Like, this is how I want to do it. Fridays and Saturdays are open for gameplay streams. And then you might think, okay, but when do you take a day off? Well, that would be Sunday and Monday are my days off, basically. I take those days off to recharge my batteries. And on top of that, I get up at 10 and go to bed at 2 a.m. So, for the most part at least. So I get like about 8 hours of sleep, which is kind of what I preferably should have, because if I only get about 7 hours of sleep, I'm really groggy and more monotone than I usually am. I do get that a lot though. Now my voice gets very monotone. Not bad if you can stick to it. Yeah, kinda, right? I mean, the problem is with friends and family, some of them having more regular, normal, if you will, daily routines could be a problem, because, you know, they won't be awake and be off work and all that stuff when I will be. And actually I think it must have been towards the end of last summer, I actually did have a situation there when it came to it, where my mom was visiting one of my sisters and her kids, and they had gone to the beach together, like in the northern part of Denmark, sort of where I'm located, which is really far from where they're living. And I got like up in the weekend to do RimWorld streaming. We were doing TTK and like a massive colony back then. And I was like in that mood, and then I think half an hour to an hour into my stream, I get a message or a call or something from my mom, and she says like, hey, so we're like in the nearby area, is it okay if we come and visit you? And I'm like, I appreciate the thought, but no. Like, if you want to come visit me, I appreciate the thought, and I do want to see you, but coming in like unannounced half an hour before you're gonna be here, when I never ever see you on a daily basis, is a bit too much of a close call, right? And I didn't really think it was like fair either, because I felt like I was being put on the spot, because, you know, since I rarely ever see them because they live so far away, I was in that situation where you might expect me to be, where, you know, I feel compelled to say yes simply because otherwise, you know, like just because they're coincidentally up here for some reason. And that's rude, you say? Yeah. I mean, they meant it as a positive gesture. The thing that was rude though, or a little bit, I don't know, inconsiderate, I don't know what you want to call it, is that I said no because I'm streaming today on a Saturday, right? And then they said, well, are you earning money on it? Why do you have to stream? They completely, you know, like dismissing the whole streaming thing that I was doing, generally speaking, which didn't really feel good, you know? It feels like they're not recognizing it as like something that I take serious. You know, streaming's fun and all, but I still try and do something with my streaming. People understand and they don't. And they definitely do not. It's a bit unfortunate. But hey, it is what it is. Some collectible variables. I think these are... okay. No, wait, what is this? Item slots. I think I know what this is. This is a little bit messy. It's like a system that's not really integrated. I got this artifact system for the game where when you open loot chests, they can drop these artifacts that are gonna have like various stats and stuff. Oh, time to head out. Okay, no problem. Catch you in a bit. You want to hear more about this game that I'm making? Oh, all right. Well, I will be happy to oblige. I'm happy to. You have more than ample opportunity to do so, at least. But if you need to get to work, then I'll talk to you later. Trying to remember what sounds I need to implement. Or rather, where I need to implement them. Because we do have this here. Is it a secondary resource that we're clicking on? And then we run through here and it's like collecting that resource. So here we want to create a destruction particle effect at target origin and scale relative to its horizontal bounds average, which is something I found was really clever when I did it. Basically, I have a very generic like dust plume effect, like a particle effect, like just a burst of dust. And what I do with it is that for every single game object that can be destroyed or collected, it creates this dust plume effect whenever that happens, right? But what's clever about it is that I'm just using this normalized effect, and then I'm scaling the size of the burst according to the horizontal scale of a game object, because it's like, you know, you want the dust to come out on the from the surface, the bottom of the object, right? And you want it to be sized appropriately to how big the object it is you're destroying. So if it's a small object, you don't want a dust plume that completely, you know, takes up the entire screen. But if it's like a giant rock or something, if it's too small, the rock itself will occlude the particles before you even get to see them, making it kind of pointless. So what I'm basically doing is that I'm just taking the game object's local scale. So this is the target game object, which is just like the thing that you're destroying. Take the position to place that destruction effect, which I've got a reference for, and then I take the just trying to remember how this works. Local scale set damage pop up. That's like the number, isn't it? Set rotation, randomized damage pop up. Didn't it do here? Because it says horizontal bounds. I'm pretty sure it does. Huh? Hold on a second. Am I not doing it here? I said all that and then I'm like looking at this and it doesn't seem to do the thing that I was intending to. Because I've got like a hard-coded local scale vector here, which is the transform I set for that dust plume. All right. What? I'm confused. Because I know it works for some things, but why not the secondary resource? Why does it not do that the same way there? So here we got the same thing. Scale relative to its horizontal bounds average, right? Yeah, so it's missing all of this logic here, where it takes the collider bound size, which is a local variable on that game object that gets initialized on game start or something, I think it is. Then you take the x and y value, add them together, and divide them to 2 because you need the average of that surface area. And then you just plug that into the XYZ scale, so you scale in all 3 directions for that particle effect, so it scales unanimously, you know. And then you just plug that vector in to the local scale of that dust plume that you're creating. Like, that's how it works. My guess is that the reason why I'm not using collider bound size for the secondary resources is because they have a fixed size. They're all unanimously sized, and I probably just hard-coded that 1.2 scale in because it just fits. It's possible that that is the case. All right, enough of this. We need a dust plume sound effect. Question is, do I have anything that I can think of that would fit? Let's take a look, because I don't think I've got any sound files imported for this yet. So let's go to MonsterStone. Sounds raw, sounds filtered, and in here, let's see what we got. Got some swing sounds. All these undefined sounds too. Ambience, yeah, that's just background sounds. So what I need is like, I think like a gust of wind or something might do the trick. I have no idea how loud these sounds are, so we can try real briefly with just one of them. Yeah, this one is like really, really loud. These are for the ambient sounds. Maybe I can do something clever with that. I already have some ambient sounds. I've already filtered those, so that's the sound we just heard, and the other one is what if we copy paste that ambient sound, and where would be the best place to put it? Secondary resource spawning. Well, let's do a random container and do a secondary resource. No, it's not secondary resource, it's destruction effect. Whoosh? Spawning? Spawning? Spawning. Destruction effect spawning. And let's put the wind sound in there for now. Let's open up this here. What do we have? Yeah, so it's just like this cave sound. I don't really care for those drips, but we can maybe make use of just this very beginning here, actually. So what if we just do like a thing like this? Because again, you know, wise is non-destructive. If we say like that, and then what will we have to change? If we change the pitch, I wonder if I can speed up the sound. I don't know how that works with wise. Oh, it even says there, the playback speed of an audio structure where pitch 0 is normal speed, pitch 1200 is 2x speed, pitch 2400. What did, but then the sound, yeah. Because the pitch will affect the speed at which the sound is played. Definitely don't want to go low. So what if... Might be a bit of a stretch to do it this way. I don't know. Which one is it again? Ah, Control and Shift. That way I can scale this so I can actually see what's going on. Because it has to be like basically a very, very brief sound, right? Hmm. Not entirely sold on this. I'm not an audio engineer, by the way, in case you didn't know. It has to be like super short, right? That would probably just sound weird. We use a low pass filter. I always keep mixing these up, but it's like the frequencies has to be like a certain, like either like how high or how low do they have to be before like they pass through, basically, right? Almost sounds guttural. Sounds weird. And if we click this one, right, that is the fuck. That's not what I wanted to. Shit. There we go. Okay, so this allows me to... Okay, wise. This should allow me to randomize it, right? If I enable this, this enables the randomization. Yes. It's like that little dot there. If you double click that. Let me try and remember how that works again. So it's like how far away from the, like, down, and how high up can you go? So by adding some negative values and some positive values, I can basically randomize the pitch shift up and down. Don't want to do it too wildly though, because otherwise it starts sounding too distinct. Need to get on that arrow. Guess I don't really need a randomized sound container here. Not entirely sold on the effect though. But we can use this for now at least, and then I can always try and find like a more appropriate sound effect that might be a little bit closer to what we want. I mean, you can also mix and match sound effects to your heart's content, right? But this is at least what we're just gonna use for now. And I do actually also need to create an event for this. Let's call that dust1. And then let's make a new play event. That's all we need. Play destruction effect spawn. Let's chuck that into harvesting because it's one of those events, if you will. And I think that is enough for now. I should be able to just generate the sound banks and it should appear in Unity. Yeah, I see it here already. Huh. Interesting. There we go. But then again, let me just double check something. Because I don't think there's like a sound localization on this yet. Positioning. No 3D spatialization. Yeah, we need that. Otherwise, it's just going to be global. And let's also use the attenuation thing that we made the other day. Make sure to save. Otherwise, it's going to just play at a global sound level, and we don't want that. Okay, so that should give us the destruction effect spawning sound. Now I just gotta add the event so that I can reference it in Unity, and that should be it pretty much. Because I don't use any fancy switch controls or anything, it's just like a very, very simple event. So, manual harvest sound, direction type switch. add it on top of this, just this. What do we call this? Destruction effect sound event. Yeah, and that should be all. And let's also remember to update the unit options. I don't know why that's like the fucking Wii, the Wii menu, or is it this? No, it's the shop sound, isn't it? Track. It's always like such a fallback soundtrack for me. I don't know why. It's like elevator music, really. It's a bit in the same league, you know. You just can't get it out of your head, and once you get used to it, it's like just becomes a bad habit. Just like the that also is like stuck forever in my brain, because that's probably one of the most generic elevator music tracks ever, right? Damn, why are you taking so long, Bolt? Do your thing. Come on. And we should be done. Remember to select the event that we just made, the destruction effect spawning. That is in there now. And that means that I can go in here, I think. Right. Yeah, wise harvest sound. I don't need all of this. I just need some of it. Need the post event, and that's pretty much it. Could put in a null check as well, just for good measure. And actually, we need that in a lot of places now that I think about it. Where is it? So here we have the dust effect, right? And it's not going to be target game object that we want to post the event to, so that's fine. Then we need idle clicker, destruction effect sound, right? Yeah, we just need a get. So that we can tell this that this is the actual event that it needs to post. And then we need to funnel the oh yeah, let's also get the null check in here, so that we only run this if it's not null. And that is, I think, all the logic that we need for this. So why don't we go and put that in a box and call this wise destruction sound effect or something like that. That's good enough, because then I can just copy paste this whole box and move it around. And how do I want to do this? We can do it in a couple of ways, but I think let's add in a sequence for this particular case, and then inject it there, so that we can essentially tell the flow of this macro to go up, play the sound, and then continue with what you normally were supposed to do afterwards. And then what we want to do here for this game object is that we want to post this onto the instantiated destruction effect, which is like a prefab. So we'll probably add like a that's something I haven't thought about. I probably need to go around and also add all the audio kinetic wise components where they're needed. Otherwise, the game will do it in runtime. And I assume that adding components to prefabs in runtime is a bit of a silly thing to do. Because if you do it outside of runtime, you know, you can just, quote unquote, bake it into the object so that your processor doesn't need to do it every single time. And I have a bad habit of generating effects or prefabs and then destroying them later on their own instead of reusing them. There are some instances where I'm reusing certain assets, but reusing prefabs makes things usually much more complicated, right? And as long as it's not a performance issue, I'm okay with destroying game objects, even though, you know, the TLDR version is that never destroy game objects. Never. Preferably anyway. If you need to get rid of something, just disable it and just not destroy it. And then if you need to reuse it, you either re-enable it, right? And if you need multiple instances, like with these destruction effects, you know, you need to check, like you need to store the ones that you do need to generate in a list of game objects as a reference. And then whenever you need a destruction effect, you first have to see, oh, is there something in this list that is, you know, like, is there something in this list? If yes, then take that object, move it out of the list temporarily to play, like redo, set the destruction effect variables and all that, like the position and the scale, instead of destroying it, you need to move it back into this list once you're done so that something else can reuse it, right? But at the same time, you also need to check if it doesn't contain an object, this list here, then you need to generate an object at runtime. And that way, you know, you gradually, like you can do it multiple ways. You can also pre-populate this list with game objects once you start the game, but that'll just eat up, you know, processing power and memory at the very, you know, you front load the things and you don't know exactly how many you're ever going to need. So it might not really matter in the big picture, because if at some point in your game you suddenly need 10 additional objects and you've only populated with 10, so you get to 20, then does it really matter that you're pre-populated with 10 game objects at the beginning of the game if it has to generate another 10 at some other random point? Because once they're generated, it's not a, you know, you don't really use CPU to you don't use the CPU to initialize these, instantiate these objects, right? You just move them from memory and change their settings, which does still take processing power, by the way, but at least you're not generating something completely from scratch, meaning that you've got things like the transform of the object doesn't, like, not all variables in the transform are necessarily changed. You've got things like the name of the object, you've got things like all the components that are added to it, like all that stuff that you would otherwise need your CPU to do, right? But you can already hear from this, just, you know, abridged version of how to do this, that there's a lot of extra steps you need to do to make sure that the thing doesn't fall apart on itself, right? So, and I'm doing it for some crucial parts of the game. Like, I think for enemy spawning, I am reusing lists of enemies, simply because it's a big problem potentially otherwise. And for these destruction effects, I really should do the same, because there's a lot of destruction effects all the time, especially when you get further into the game. There's going to be even more so, but you know, for the time being, this is just how I'm going to do it. Now the benefit is that at least this, you know, if this is literally all the code for creating the destruction effect, right? And then on the destruction particle prefab, there's a piece of code that automatically destroys itself once the particle burst has happened, basically. So, and that's another thing. If it's something to do with particles, you also need to make sure that you reset the animation of the particles if you're intending on reusing those, right? So again, even more things that you need to account for. But I digress. I just find it really an interesting topic because it's like a place where you can save a lot of CPU, you know, a lot of processing power, which, yes, we have strong CPUs, but no, we don't have enough CPU processing power to constantly do all this. Just look at RimWorld, forced to be run on a single core, right? We're still struggling to just make that game work, barely. Even in vanilla, as soon as you have too many pawns doing too many function calls and checks and whatnot all the time due to constantly running update checks, well, the game just becomes unpleasant to play. Anyways. Attackable enemy. These guys, I think they also spawn a of the smoke, right? Yes. So that's the thing where it's like, I mentioned this the other day, like realistically, I could take all this code, put it into a super unit, and instead of having this present for every single instance where it's needed, I could do a custom event instead, and then do that custom event call here where I need them instead of having all the code present. I don't know optimization wise how good this, like what the impact is. I think it doesn't really necessarily matter for the functionality of the game and the performance of the game, because, you know, code that just exists might maybe eat a little bit more memory, but if it's not run, it shouldn't at least eat up more CPU. And this is the idle clicker thing, right? So it only runs whenever you directly interact with something, which is limited to one thing at a time. So it should be fine here at least. But yeah, I could use super units to deal with that. Question is, where would I put them? But it would make it easier to change things. But then again, like for instance, with the secondary resources gathered here, right? This one deviates from the others because that particular game object, in this case, does not have the variable needed to do the local scale calculations, and thus I'm just using the hard-coded values. Of course, I could make it super generalized and say like, oh, if this like do a null check down here and then say, oh, if it's null, then use the hard-coded vector. And if it's not null, then use that variable, right? So you can make conditions to address that, but it's a thing where like, okay, I know that I can do that now for the future, but going back and refactoring all this code, other than it might look nicer for me, is unfavorable, right? Because yes, I could do it, but what is the net gain of it at the moment? Well, the net gain is that the game doesn't get finished. I just make the code maybe a bit more optimized, right? So that's something I can work on when the game is released. And even then, if it's not gonna cause any problems, then who cares, am I right? I would rather be spending my time working on new game mechanics and features for the game than stuff that the average player will never ever have to care about, right? If it's a performance issue that I need to fix, then of course it's something different. But, you know, we're not quite there yet. I've got other things that are performance heavy that I know of that I can change, which need a lot more work, but are more important as well. But that's all related to rendering of game objects, assets in the scene and such. There's a lot of stuff there that I can do to improve the overall performance of the game. And it has nothing, like it is CPU related as well, but it's related to draw calls, not like processing of code per se. Running actual code is usually like math things and logic and such is usually fairly cheap in comparison. Like just a single draw call makes up for a lot of code on itself. So if you're doing 2,000 individual draw calls, you want to start optimizing it so that you're doing less. You know, pool them together so that you're doing batching all the rendering together. But anyways, that's a completely different tangent. Now, oh yeah, I just remembered another sound effect we need. I think we've got all these sounds in though. Create destruction particle effect, yeah. Or the manual harvesting of things, but we can give it a quick spin, see how it works. Which hopefully it does. And then if it works for the manual harvesting for everywhere that it needs to, then we can look at the auto harvesters. Because they do, because even if I were to make like a super unit that could take all these conditions into account and just, you know, one place do all this effect stuff, there's still the problem that all the auto harvesters have their own variant of that super unit. And the only solution to harmonize all of that would be to have like a manager separately that you would then reference and then run the whole thing on. But I digress. So it's like so hard to hear if the sound is. Because all the other sounds I think might just be overshadowing it completely. Hold on. Let's see in Wise, what do we have, right? So we've got our dust sound here. Which is like how loud it is. -28 dB or something like that. About -30, a little bit higher than that at most. And let's take the sounds for harvesting. These are the secondary resources, the bloops. Because these are -10, so it definitely needs to be louder. Actually, what are the... Yes, the UI sounds are actually very, very loud. Try and lower these by like 3 dB. Probably more. 5. I still haven't quite gotten a good feel about the dB. I mean, Wise tries to give you some insight into how some of these things work, right? And this is attenuation level amplitude, which is not exactly what I'm... Is that what I'm looking at? It is. Okay. Default slider range is from blah blah blah. Okay. Yeah, some places it actually gives you some insight into what the variables like actually do. Let's try and go for a -7 dB. But yeah, decibel is like a weird measure for me. What's the music like? Because that's like -10. So like, well, not really. Depends on what track, of course. Try and lower that just by a smidge. Harvesting. That's the direction effect we just did, which is really, really quiet. -24 dB. So I think I want it around those. Yeah, these sounds are really loud. Comparison. These are the harvesting sounds. Try and switch this to manual. Might just be the armored sound that's really loud. Let's see here. That's for the auto harvester. Let's try and find the manual one. Should be down here somewhere. Combat enemy type. So this is the one that's really loud. Already lowered this, but we can probably lower this a bit more. Because the harvesting sounds are like the primary sounds really in the game, but they also shouldn't be super dominating. Mixing audio is fucking difficult. There's so many sounds in here. I know there's like really cool ways you can use Wise to have like a mixing session where you can hear all the sounds together. So like while you're playing music, you can try and play the different sounds and such. But that's probably not something I want to get into right now though. Yeah, it's fine if this is like fairly subtle, but it needs to be at least audible, otherwise there's no point in it, right? Let's try and stick with this for now and see what happens in game. Because right now, like, if I can't hear it, I don't know if it's actually playing, right? That is the problem. And if it's not playing, then I need to figure out why that is. Because I can implement all the code I want and then expect the sound to work, but if I can't hear it, how do I know if it works? I mean, I could use like there's like ways that you can profile that with Wise again, but still not super used to using Wise. I mean, for all intents and purposes, I'm a noob when it comes to that. I've only been using Wise for like, you know, barely a week. Yeah, I think it is playing. Yeah, it is. Something I do want to try though. Interesting. So the sound for the loops, or whatever you want to call them, for the gestures, they're seemingly all playing at the same time. So what gives? What gives? Why are you doing that? Now that's a chest draw thing. That's not one I need. Hmm. Right, it's not in here. I forget that it's in the idle clicker. So, loot chest. Secondary resource sound. So here it plays the spawn loot. Oh, I think I know why. Have a feeling I know why. Because, yeah. That is a bit problematic. It's because they all get spawned simultaneously, but then they get gradually enabled after a while. That's how they work. Right. Hmm. I also need to have that destruction effect in here, it seems. That is not in here. Go in there. Oh, that was actually, wait a minute, that was the wrong sound effect. That was the wrong sound effect. So this is the one we need. And probably at some point I'm gonna make like a loot chest opening sound or something like that instead of this dust sound. But right now, this is good enough. Just to give it some audio feedback at least. Plug that in. Like so. Now I should at least play that, but there's still more things that we need to do. But hold on a second. So when I destroy a harvestable object like a tree, we also play that sound, but they also have an, I think that I think that problem is also present there actually. Yeah, it is. Oh, that was only one object. Yeah, it plays all the sounds simultaneously. So that if it like generates 4 secondary resources, it might potentially be louder because it's no, not really, because it's just playing 4 on top of each other. That doesn't necessarily amplify it, but how does this work again? Do these, no, these do not have any code on them, right? They do. I think this is like the auto collector. So maybe I need to have it on them actually. Like maybe these guys need to actually play the sound. So instead of I do it from the idle clicker, I need to do it on these. They also got a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, they've got animations and things. Calculate translation position, enable visuals. What does this say? Yeah, they just run an update. Should visuals be inactive, enabled? This is actually a bad way of doing it. I should probably just do a while this, like wait while. And then again, no, I need it to be an update because then it continues and then it animates the object once it's enabled. This is probably a okay way to do it. So if enabled delay is less or equal to 0, then what do? Then we enable the visuals. So here, actually, if I play the sound right after here, then that would be whenever one of these collectible resources spawn, meaning that I won't ever have to touch it in the idle clicker itself, period. And I only have to change it here once. So whenever I'm generating these secondary resources, it wouldn't be a problem. So this thing here, the secondary resource sound, should not go in there. And let's get out there. Oh shoot. What's the location of these suckers? Is it in prefabs? Because I cannot recall. No, it would not be in there. It would be in resources, prefabs, and then secondary resources. And here's like a template version of this. Yeah. Let's take one that's got everything set up correctly, just so I don't get confused about variables complaining. Oh, there it is. So, resource collectible variables. It's already on this game object. What was I thinking? Let's add a sequence here. Sequence step. Plug that in. And then instead of a distant game object or whatever as a reference, we just plug in self in here. Yeah, having it over there is fine. A little bit cluttered with all the lines going through there, but it's okay. Also move this initialize start time over, and there we go. So that should make it so that whenever this actually, I need to do one more thing. Yes. I remember why this is. So it's because I only want to enable it once, right? So that's, it goes through a once thing here, and then it only runs this, well, once. Such as launching it in a random direction, like it gets an acceleration, right? Physics and stuff. And add force. And that's why I don't want to do like this, because then it's going to play a wise sound event every update. No, we don't want that. So this is actually not the right place to put it. Let's just revert these branches here, these steps. Disconnect you. And now we can do it two ways. We can either add another step here, like another sequence. So once it's enabled, then we do two things. We play a sound and we launch it. But only once. Only once. Cool. Okay. That's the first step done. That means the next step is to go into idle clicker and remove all the instances where I've added this particular sound event now. So that would be when we're harvesting resources and we're attacking an enemy. And it dies, of course. All you can go away again for your relatively short stay. Also happens whenever we open a loot box, as I call them. I mean, they're just resource chests, but it's more fun if we call them loot boxes. Don't you think? And collectible item gather, that is something separate. I think that should be it. Now, we're not necessarily done yet, though. Trying to think what the fastest way to find those buildings are. I think they're in the prefabs folder somewhere. But which one? Idle game, I think it is? Yes. And in here... No, wait. This is the auto harvesters. That's what I wanted. Yes. The auto harvesters, those are the ones that we need to change. Or, no, we don't. Because they have nothing to do with the secondary resources, so that should be fine. Or is it? Here, collect resources, because when we collect the resources spawn, secondary resources, yeah, there is a sound event here, figured. Seem to remember that much, so that needs to go. And then because the combat one is separate than from the others, I probably also have to do it here. Or do I not? No, I don't. Yeah, it's the same. Oh yeah, it was the same. Was it the same code? I cannot remember. Yeah, they're all idle harvest code-wise. Oh, I just realized. Huh. Okay, yeah, I should probably apply these changes that I've done to these prefabs. There's a lot of things that we did to these. Wow, yeah, that makes more sense. I was pretty sure there was supposed to be like a difference between them, and it was either... I've said this a couple times now, but it's always either like the script or the flow machine, right? I was pretty sure it was the flow machine, and for some reason it was not using the right one in that prefab. That's because I never applied those changes when I made that a long time ago. So that makes more sense. Those are also updated now, so that's probably just a good thing. And I think that should be it for that sound effect. Let's at least give it a go, see what happens. Worst could happen is the computer burns down, but I doubt it. Yeah, probably just that the sounds don't play. That sounds more right too. Okay. What about this chest? Nice. I like that. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay, I noticed that's something that we need to change. Add. So, go and grab that one. Where are you at? This is where we were. This one. So, these resources have also a built-in system that whenever they run out, they auto-collect. And how does that work again? Run destroy self as a coroutine. Yes. This is not the right thing. I'm still in the monster harvester. There we go. That should be the right place. Yes, this is more right. There. Okay, so secondary resources gathered. So in there, we probably need to play that destruction sound effect, which means I also need to add that sound effect to these collectibles. Okay. Well, let's just press that play so we get out of play mode and find one of those resources. Doesn't matter which one, anyone will do. Get you open. And where did we dip? This was the one that we added, so why don't we just copy paste the entire variable, open up resource collectible variables, and paste it in here. Now, taking the resource spawning, in an idle clicker it goes, it doesn't even have that one because it doesn't need it. Okay, so why don't we just add that on top of it, other one there. Just put it in there. Yes, that was the right spot. Compile that script for me, Unity, or wherever it happens. And then we will need to update unit options. Oh, fuck. I put it over the Wise group. Well, it's not really an oh fuck moment, it's just might want to change that just for consistency's sake. Header, that's what it was called. Don't think I have to rebuild unit options though, because I'm just moving the code around. It's just still the same code, right? Or not even code, just variable declaration or whatever. Initialization. And right. So secondary resources. And now, unfortunately, I do have to add that event to all of these. That was under harvesting, destruction effect, spawning, yes. Add it to all those, and then do that for all of these as well. Destruction effect spawning. Oh, that was the wrong one. And then out here, I technically also have one, which is like a template that I use to make these. So if we just add those resource effects in here, then I make sure that they are at least got like a default whenever I make new copies of this template, if you will. So yes, now we should be able to take that destruction effect, right? This is the one that plays when they spawn. And the code for it is in like idle clicker. Under, for instance, harvestable object. So if we go in here and we try and find that one. Where were you again? Here, this is the one that we want. Just because I'm lazy and I cannot be bothered writing that code again. Find one of you. Thank you very much. Go in there, secondary resources gathered. And now that we're in here, we just need to play this sound, really. To create a destruction particle effect at the origin of blah blah blah. So this is, of course, the event. Does that thing actually have the destruction sound effect? I can't remember. Like, is it on the... No, it's not on the dust plume, is it? Was it? Did we put it on here? No, this is literally just a particle system. It doesn't have it. In theory, I could put it on this object too. Like the actual reference to what sound effect this particular particle effect should generate. Would be cleaner, but then I'd have to revise my code. But not that big of a deal, really. It would probably be the better approach. The destruction effect sound event. Yeah, because then I wouldn't need to have this in so many different places. Then I just have it on the item itself. The particle effect. Would there be other benefits of doing it that way? I guess you could have different destruction effects with different sounds then. Not necessarily a bad idea. Question is, does this even have... No, I don't have a destructible particles system auto destroy variables script. Particle system auto destroy variables script is what I just need. So particle system auto destroy variables. And right now it's literally just going to be that one thing, that wise thing. Oh shit, I just remembered. What was it again? There's one of the things where the script had a different name, right? It was the toggleable UI. Okay. Before I get into this particle system, let me just find that again. UI toggler. Let's call that UI toggle, like the actual flow machine itself. make it recompile the code and be like, oh, the script is called something else than it says in the public class. So that we can actually rename the script. Because this is also called the toggler. And how is it again? It doesn't fuck up anything, does it? Does it? No. It's all fine and dandy. Cool. Right. Oh, it does fuck something up. I forget. The bolt references, they break. That's like the worst thing about bolt. Even the unit options break because now this script is a completely different script. But yeah, that's one issue with bolt. If you ever want to change the name of a script after you've made like a massive flow machine, just don't. It's not worth it. Because every single reference to a variable that's on that script will have to be reassigned, basically. You have to go into your flow machine, and for every one of these instances where it currently shows red, you basically have to insert it and hook it all up again. You have to do that every time you decide to change the name of a script. So get used to making somewhat logical naming of your scripts and such from the start, because if you don't, it's going to be a pain. UI toggle initialization. Enable UI toggle. This is the bool. The bool. UI toggle init enable list. Disable list. So as you can tell, Bolt is pretty good when it comes to finding your variables. You just do have to be able to spell properly, though. That is like the only thing. And it always goes, as far as I know at least, look for the script and then the variable names. But that doesn't mean you need to finish like the entire word. Like, you know, I just looked up toggle init, right? And it's in there, so you can make do with less. Okay, so that should be that typo fixed. And we were working on the secondary resources, right? Because we got the sound and then the destruction. Yes. So the destruction effect that we literally just added into here, we can just straight up remove that. Because we don't want it in here. Also, apparently closed down Visual Studio. Okay. Okay. So, destruction effect sound event. Want to take you, and in idle clicker variables we have the same thing, right? The destruction effect sound event, which we also don't need here. what did I call the script again? It was like something crazy. Particle system, something, right? And the way that I try and make these naming conventions coherent, at least to some degree, is that for the flow machines, it's the name of the script with spaces in between. And then for the script, it's either the same name as the flow machine or it's got the variables attached to its name, basically, right? Because for the most part, most of these are just that. They just only contain variables for the flow machine, so they're serializable. And this is all I need. For now anyways. And then if I want to extend on the particle system auto destroy feature with more things that are not sound related, I can always do that. But I mean, this is literally all it does. It's just an update event, and then it checks particle system dot is alive, and then feeds that into a branch. If it's no longer alive, aka it's finished doing its best, destroy it. End of story. That's literally all this does. And damn it. Okay. Did I already? No, I did not. I did not quite remove this yet. We also need to update the unit options, of course, so we can access that tasty sound event. But yeah, I think this is actually a pretty good way, because then I can make different destruction effects using the same code, because it's just like, oh, generate this particle system here, play it, and then when that particular particle system dies, then it destroys itself and plays the sound event. And we need to make sure that we play the sound before destroying it, which we can do this way because the event, so the event gets posted to the game object. I think we can do it this way at least. And then Wise will play the sound at that position. I wonder though what happens if you immediately delete the object before the sound has played, which is currently the case. I think Wise still knows what to do and continues playing the sound on that location. But it's possible that it doesn't. If it doesn't, then I'll have to wait with destroying the game object until the posted event is finished. But I don't know how to do that. So I hope that's not a thing. I really hope that's not a thing that I have to deal with. And post this to yourself, which makes the most sense because this is where the game object is located, right? Then we need particle system destruction. And is that enough? Yes. That's why I like to put in long names, because it makes them more unique, and it makes it so that when you're filtering out for various what do you call it, variables and such and scripts, that you get less results because they are like more unique that way. If we do like this, just to clean it up a little bit. And then what we need to do is that we need to get onto the destruction effect prefab used for those things. Now, I cannot remember where they're located, so the easiest way to find them is probably by going through these resources. Destructible particle generic, there. Of course, this one is complaining because it doesn't have that. Oh, and let's open it up as the prefab. And then it is particle system. Auto destroy variables. There we go. Put that at the very top. I said at the very top. There we go. Assign the harvesting destruction effect spawning event. There we go. And I think that is it to actually, there's something here that I probably should do. It didn't have it before, but due to working with Ys and all that stuff, let's do this so that we make sure we only do all of this stuff once. I mean, you can't really destroy an object twice. Once it's destroyed, that's it, it's destroyed. But this way we at least make sure that we only tell it to destroy it once, and we only tell it to play the destruction sound once. So even if it is probably destroyed within the frame, then this is a little bit more safe. And that's it for that prefab. But we're not quite done yet. There's all this leftover code that I should probably go out and clean up first. Attackable enemy. Do you also have it, right? Yes. Because everything that can be collected creates this destruction effect. Doing it this way for future reference is probably also a good idea, because it means as soon as I add that particle effect prefab, everything just works out of the box, right? I don't have to make weird references to the Ys events or anything like that. It just works. Delete you. And we're not quite done yet, right? Are we? Because there's also the collectible resources in the auto harvesters somewhere. Or did I already remove those? Because there's no... Oh, that's secondary resources. Why is auto harvest? That's just collecting things. Oh, I actually never added the destruction sound effects to the auto harvesters to begin with. I never got around to that. Okay, so that should be fine then. Well, let's cross our fingers in hopes that everything works. Because there was a lot of things we just changed. Bit hard to hear. Yeah, I don't hear that sound effect at all. My guess is that the game objects get destroyed before they get to play the sound. Because they get posted to the actual game object and then it's already gone. So how do we deal with that? Oh yeah, it's not on these, it's on the this thing. Goes through and then it posts the Y sound event. This is what I really was hoping I didn't have to deal with. Because it should post the event, but I guess destroying the object that it's tied to stops Wise from continuously playing it. But how the fuck do I deal with this then? I wonder what we have. So we've got AK, which stands for Audio Kinetic, which is the company behind Wise. Do we have like some way to check if an event has played? Because of course I could just put in a wait time and then just only destroy it after a certain amount of time has passed. But that's not really a good solution. This is an AK event, so if we go in here, what do we have? Is active and enabled. That's just a default Unity thing, isn't it? So the posted event outputs some kind of variable, but I have no idea what it is. There's a lot of variables in here too. Oh, these gray ones are non-relevant usually. Hmm. And session duration. This is a bit unfamiliar territory. I wonder what that variable is. It just says result u int, which I assume is an integer. So if it's an integer, then I mean, I can't just post this to a message, can I? It's been so long since I've done a debug.log. Holy hell, actually. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. I found a solution that saves a lot of headache. What am I even doing? What am I even doing? So God damn. Okay, I'll need a sequence. I just realized the way that this works is that it only destroys the game object as soon as the particle system is dead. Like it stops doing the particle thing. So what if whenever it runs the update once, it will play the sound effect like a post event? Because I just realized it is playing the sound, but it's playing it after the effect plays, and maybe that's why I didn't notice it before. So maybe it did play it before, like after the game object was destroyed. It's definitely playing it now. Okay, let's try something wild. Try harvesting this entire forest and see what happens. Or listen to what happens. Hey, Sistra. It just works. Yeah, this is game development. It's a bit of a mix of everything, really, but it's what sort of constitutes most of the things. How are you doing? It's been a while since I've seen you around. Hope you're doing well. I'm working on my video game called MonsterStone. It has a subtitle called Prelude, but for simple measures' sake, I always just refer to MonsterStone as MonsterStone. Yeah, it's I'm using visual programming, so it is programming. I don't know. It's like a professor of mine said that conventional programming and visual programming are both programming. There's no like air quotes in there, really. Still need to be able to do the logical thinking and all that stuff, right? So the people that try and differentiate both from each other are probably just from the old school, I guess, and just can't get over the fact that visual programming is a thing. Maybe, I don't know. I'm definitely not in that boat though. I fucking love visual programming. It's one of the best things to come into existence in these latest 10, 20 years or so. It's been around for a long time after all. Not typing the code by hand, you're cheating. What? Just because it's easier, then it's not legit? There's definitely people that feel like, oh, if you're using visual programming, you're just like, you know, you're not doing it the right way or something. Sure, whatever. I could not give less of a care. But yeah, it's a bit of programming, bit of... I haven't really done any art for this game because I'm currently working on implementing sounds. But that is technically also something that I could be doing one day. But right now I'm trying to implement sound in this game. And I mean, just a few weeks ago, all of these sounds didn't even exist. I don't know why I'm making my own sound effects. I think I'm so used to making my own sound effects for this game. It's just become a bad habit. It is a bit of a journey though. I just love that. That sound, that whoosh sound effect I made is actually growing on me. I wasn't super sold on it to begin with, but it's actually working out pretty well. On my second monitor, I've got Wise open, which is basically, think Unity is a game engine, right? And then if you're unfamiliar with what Wise is, it's basically the sound engine that you can integrate it into Unity. You can also do it with Unreal Engine, and then Wise takes care of all the sound processing, which it does in a non-destructible way. So that whoosh sound effect that I've made for these dust plumes that happen is actually like the same sound that I intend on using for some ambience in the future. So under ambience, I've got like this one, like this hollow, windy cave with some water drips here and there, right? So I've basically taken this sound and changed it into this. And now that you know, you can probably hear it. But yeah, it's like I'm just using a small fraction of the entirety of that ambient sound here. And then I'm doing some pitch correction and low pass filter magic to make it sort of sound like a small like effect instead. Which you can do. As far as I know, when Wise then imports or exports rather the sound effects, it basically like that's when it sort of cuts it down and then puts it into small boxes for Unity to access. What's the next thing on the menu? I'm trying to think now. When we're doing quests, I need an effect for that. But that needs to be like a sparkly effect. Do I even have anything like that? Don't think so. But what are you up to today, Sisra? Because Elusive Bacon was waking up, and he was on East Coast USA, so I have a hunch that you might be in the same boat. See if we can find some of those sound effects. Next on the menu, pancakes. Oh my god, I'm so jealous. I haven't had pancakes in forever. Actually, now that I think about it, it's not even like they're hard to make. Not sure what to say on that one. Do love me some pancakes though. Maybe I can find a bunch of like synthetic magic sounds. Maybe that's the next thing that I should do. Ooh, bacon sounds delicious. Elusive Bacon, he was in here earlier. Another streamer, as far as another streamer. He tends to hang out in Tumbling Satellites chat quite frequently too. He sort of like chips in every now and then. Would go well with pancakes. Now that we're talking about pancakes, so in Austria, and I can get into reasons why, but in Austria, they've got like a pancake-like dish, which is called Kaisersmann. At least that's where I know about its existence from. And it's basically like a really, really thick pancake. When it comes to the batter and everything, it's pretty much the same as regular pancakes, maybe a little bit more sugary. I'm not entirely sure. But instead of making like, 12 different pancakes, you just put it all in a pan at the same time and then slowly cook it. And then when it's halfway done, you flip it to cook the other side. Then when you're done, you take like a spatula, something of similar make, and then you basically chop it up into like pieces, right? Like bite-sized pieces essentially. And then you like finish it off pretty much on the pan. Then once you're done with that, you eat them just like regular pancakes, except you can eat it with like a fork, right? You don't have to like use a knife. You don't have to roll them up and eat it that way. It's pretty good. It's like basically it's very similar to like a spongy cake of sort, but it tastes like pancakes, and you can put bacon in it too. I've done that a couple times. You just had cereal. Okay. Not really one of the cereal kind myself. I usually get rye bread buns with sliced ham and mayo and a little bit of iceberg salad in the morning. That seems to work out for me. Gotta get some protein and stuff. The question is, where should I get these sounds from? Okay, let's try here first and then type in magic. Probably the easiest. Make sure it's CC0 licensed. Hit that search button. I've already got that one, I'm pretty sure. Atmospheric interaction sound pack. There's a lot of different stuff on this one. I do like some of these though. Yeah, we're taking that. Holy shit. How many sounds? 43 sounds. Okay. I think I might already have downloaded these once. Yeah. In the northeast corner in the US. Maple syrup area. Oh. 2 miles from you is a maple themed restaurant. They make their own syrup and they serve really big pancakes. Go there again soon. It's been a couple of years. I never actually got to taste maple syrup myself. My mom was in the US a couple of years ago and she brought some home with her. Which was in like a very fancy like maple leaf shaped bottle and stuff. But I don't think I ever got to taste it. If I recall, she used it on pancakes herself as well. So I guess that's kind of just par for the course, isn't it? Where did you put those sounds? computer. Crank sounds. Open these. Okay, bop bop bop. Bop bop bop. Like when it's in here. No, it's not. Let's put this in here. This is like where I have all the soul sounds. It's delicious tree blood. Yeah, that's like I haven't looked into the science on how it works, because it's always confounded me a little bit how trees can make something so sweet and delicious. And normally when you see like, oh, tree resin, that's like sticky shit that you just really shouldn't consume, right? But then maple syrup is something completely different. Then again, what is this split of this? Water. There's some pretty good synthetic sounds here. Don't quite understand the names of these though. Do they all have the same name? What the fuck? Pitch on the trees, pines have sticky pitch. That's true. What kind of maple? The sugar maple has a sap that is faintly sweet because it has a bit of natural sugar on it. I mean, it would kind of have to have sugar in it, right? For it to be sweet, pretty much. This anchor action is probably exactly what I want. That was very quiet on my end. Interesting. Hello. I sense a Toto in the crowd. Either that or it would be a Vey. Would have to be. Here, MonsterStone sounds filtered. What do we call this? Magic? Magical? It's magical. Fucking magical. That's the sound that Toto makes when she's trolling me. You stick a tap in the tree and let it leak into a pail or collection tube, then a lot of boiling. Boil away most of the water. But I'm more like, how does the sugar get into the sap? Like, where does it come from? Does it just come from the photosynthesis? That's what I want to know. Takes 40 units of sap to make 1 unit of syrup. Right, so it's like diluted? Is that what you're in? Is that what you mean? Like it's diluted? Yeah, because you say boil it. If you boil away the water, I guess it's like heavily diluted. The tree makes it somehow. Yeah, exactly. That's also my conclusion. Magic. It's magic. Sugar tree. Oh, yeah. Where would I put this out? Harvesting, maybe? You really also call this destruction effect dust or something like that. Ah, but then if now this is gonna cause a problem. Oh, it's probably not that big of a problem. Let's make a I don't really need a random container. Well, let's put it in one anyway. What do we call this? Actually, this is not harvesting. This is something completely different. This is for when you complete quests and stuff. Only for a few months of the year. In the spring, when days are warm and nights are cold, during that time, the trees make good, sweet sap. That is a good question if Toto has. Is traded. Trying to think how I want to sort of organize this folder here. So what if we do SFX maybe? And then I can take the harvesting folder and chuck it in there. And then I can take the quest completion into the SFX. So it's there. Yes. And then we take our anchor action 1, drag it in there, import. Now we just need to modify it a bit. Lowered by that 5 dB or so. Let's see, what do we have in here? Yeah, that's fine. I think we can just get around using it as is. I'm gonna adjust the pitch. And if I want to be real fancy, hey Bacon, finally back. Had to turn off the crappy work Wi-Fi because Twitch just refused to work. Interesting. Well, I mean, you do have to work as well. I have no idea what you do for work. Don't remember what you do for work if you've told me. Let me put it that way. Okay, that's maybe a bit too much variation on the pitch there. Let's try with 50. Welcome back. Bacon. Yeah, sister was talking about pancakes and maple syrup. Your medical secretary. Medical secretary? So what is that exactly? Like, what does a medical secretary do? A lot of paperwork in the back office. Right, but like a hospital or you don't patient check-in or phones or anything like that. Okay, so you do all the paperwork. That's what I guess you're implying, right? Like a secretary. Just an office, okay. I'll answer this around original point. So tell me about this game you're making. Oh, well, what do you want to know? There's plenty of stuff that I could tell you about it, but you know, I don't know where to start. Close this down. I mean, right now I'm pretty much just working on implementing sounds into this game. What genre is it? That is a very good question. That is very hard to explain. But I think the easiest approach would just to call it an adventure game focused around exploration and resource harvesting. Like it's very much a resource management game that uses exploration to, well, find these resources. That's probably the best I can do, because I personally don't think there's anything that works exactly like this game, but fairly similar. It's like you take the economy of an idle game, but you combine it with like like a not idle game kind of game environment. I don't know how to put it in words. It's hard to explain. You don't play as a person. That's also what sets it apart quite a lot, a bit. Your presence in the game is literally just your mouse cursor, but you do have the ability to explore three-dimensional levels still. I can show you. Stream Raiders, when you want me to do Stream Raiders again? Toto? Is that what you want me to do? I mean, this is the first I hear of it for literally months, so I've kind of just, gotten used to the fact that people don't request it. So it's like, unless enough people push towards getting me to do Stream Raiders again, I probably won't do it, because I don't personally get any enjoyment out of it, and it's just, for me, a waste of time personally. So it would be for all you guys in chat to do Stream Raiders, because I just didn't really feel like I got anything out of it personally. Might sound a bit egoistic, but that's how I feel, at least. You agree with me? All right. Well, you would also know as a streamer, right? It kind of annoys you. Yeah, I mean, other streamers, like I know Spoonerton, he also like very frequently just starts the fight without even looking at the Stream Raiders tab, Probably maybe because he's actually enjoying it, I don't know. But I don't personally have that, so. And it's just like intrusive when you're trying to play something else. Especially if, like when I was doing Fallout, because it doesn't like to get minimized, Sparkle sound. So we got the sparkle sound. Right now I'm working on a sound effect for whenever you complete quests in the game. I'm trying to think where I need to add that. Probably in here, but I don't... Let's just play the game for a bit and then maybe I can figure it out that way. Then you guys can also get to see, those of you who haven't seen it yet, what it's actually like. Little word of warning though, some of the audio levels aren't quite mixed properly yet. And I don't have any in-game options, so I can't adjust them. But if it is too loud, I can adjust my desktop audio to be more quiet. So this is MonsterStone. Let's actually drag you out here. This is what I mean, like you can explore the level from a bird's eye perspective. You can zoom in, you can zoom out. And the resource harvesting element of the game is literally like clicking on things. It's Warcraft free. Thanks, Toto. And there are quests as well. So this is just like an initial like get started thing. I've also worked on implementing like some dialogue implementation. Like there is dialogue in here for storytelling, but right now the main goal is to make the infinite loop of the game, which it does have an infinite loop, like more polished and finished, so that you can play that ad infinitum essentially, and then if there's interest, then work on a story somewhere later down the line. They are all handcrafted levels, Sistra, if that's what you're asking. I think that's what you probably mean. So for this first quest, for instance, you need 10 pine logs and 10 rough granites. So we've got 18 pine logs, but no granite yet. Now we do. This is where I need to play that magic effect. The question is, sheep tokens. Yes, that's how mobs and enemies appear in the game. They are small tokens. Because making 3D creature assets is very time consuming. This has been my implementation for that kind of stuff. Because, you know, I like D&D, so why not? I mean, they move around, so it's basically the same thing. You can click on them too, I mean... because they're tokens, you know, it's pretty easy to hit these things. But this is actually where we need to take a little bit of a pause, because... I'm trying to remember how these quests work. Let's see here. Destruction effect. Well, that's awfully convenient. Thanks, Past Dragon. So, that's gonna be surprisingly easy to implement. So let's just go ahead and do that. So it was the quest completion effect here. I've been overhauling some of these scripts recently. There's the particle system auto destroy variable script. Move that up and above. And then I need to set the right event, which is under, and this is not, oh, right. That's not what I need. I think I know why. Now banks, And yeah, that's probably why. There we go, that should do the trick. Yes. Because we didn't have the, I didn't have the tell wise to actually include it in the sound banks. Which is essentially just like all the sounds and all the logic related to Wise, the sound engine. So now that we've done that, now I can access it, right? No. What am I missing? Oh, I'm a dum-dum. We haven't made the bloody event. Need a... Oh. Like quest completion. Wait, what? Ah, there it is. Well, since I changed the folder structure, let's also do that for the events here. Just to keep it harmonious. And that means that I need to drag this in, and then I can remove that. Let's try this sound bank generation again. But yeah, the goal right now is to work on this version of the game, which is actually playable, by the way. There's a playable demo version available on itch.io. You can find it on you can find it on in my panels on my Twitch page if you're curious to give it a spin. It is PC only though, so there's that, of course. There's also a trailer if you want to see that, but I mean, you've pretty much seen the main concept of the game already. But yeah, finish the demo up a bit more, get sounds implemented, which currently, you know, they've been missing. And then once the demo is more like complete, put it on Steam, and then a month later do an early access release or something to the tune of that. It might be more than 1 month in between, most likely, but aim for an early access release. And my time frame for all this is I've got a total of 6 months currently, so that means that within 5 months I should preferably be self-sufficient on all of this. And if I'm not after 5 months, that's when I need to reevaluate what to do moving forward, like get a you know, a job on the sideline or something like that. But right now I have the possibility to just completely focus down on developing this game, and then doing these development streams every Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, pretty much within the same time frame, basically. I'll still do like regular gameplay streams in the weekends on Fridays and Saturdays if I can like keep up with it, but I do need to focus on this game development because it's like my fucking future that's at stake here. But yeah, but don't call me a dum-dum. Just because you forget something doesn't mean you're stupid. What's this third one again? Pick up particles. Hmm? What do you do? What do you look like? You said it. I said it, you just repeated it. All right, fair enough. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Blink. Sparkles! Yay! I have no idea or memory of these and what they used for. I think it's because I made that first and then I was like, wait a minute, I can use that for the quest completion thing. I also remember making this work was a pain in the butt. What? There. This is just a dust plume. Sparkles, yeah. For this one. And of course the quest completion. I can't even remember how it works. I think it's like I might be animating, like putting an animation curve in on the velocity of the particles. So they first go like boom. They basically bounce before they just yeet off into the sky. Okay, we don't need to be in there anymore. Well, since it's just playing this one and I already have the functionality to it, I think it should just work already. Why don't we give it a try? Oh, fuck. We'll have to think about that. I just realized I don't have any 3D placements for the sound, like specialization. So it's probably just going to be playing globally right now. It does. It works. A bit rough, but it works. Need to go to bed. This is probably why we haven't seen each other much. Well, that, and I've pretty much exclusively been streaming in the weekends for the last couple of months, and only on Fridays and Saturdays, and almost exclusively between 1 p.m. and 17:30. Okay, I just mixed 24-hour system with the 12-hour system. I'm amazing. 1 p.m. to what would that make it? That would be 5:30 p.m. ish, sort of. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think so. Sometimes a little bit longer. So basically, by the time that you are able to come watch, I'm pretty much like stopped streaming, unfortunately. And I've like looked into try like figure out how to resolve that. Yeah, 1 to 5x. Hey, yeah. That's another way to put it, I guess. So it is what it is. I've been looking into like what the golden hours for streaming are, and it's... If I were to try and hit the golden hours for streaming, I would have to start streaming at, I think it's somewhere around 7 or 8 a.m. and I'm just not awake at that point. You would definitely be able to catch me then, because that would be your evening then. Practically every day. But that would mean I would have to turn my entire own personal rhythm around again, so that instead of getting up at 10, which I usually do, and then get ready for like streaming at around 11, 12-ish, you know, it's a bit of a turnaround. Because I do prefer being able to be up to 2 a.m. because one of the good friends of mine that I talk with usually doesn't get home from work until 10 p.m. So if I went to bed at 12 at the very latest, I would at the very most only be able to talk with him like for 2 hours basically, and hang out with him for 2 hours. And that would start getting very, very lonely very quickly. Because he's like one of the primary people that I interact with in more recent times, right? So like, what do you do? You too, Toto. But you're also like, your schedule is also all over the place, isn't it? But thanks for the lurk anyway. Actually, what do... Okay, because of the pitch change on this one, it's like super low pitch. Do your schedule, not mine. True. But it's like, just to put that in perspective, I guess. I have had a lot of streams where it's like, no one really well, hardly anyone shows up pretty much, right? And it's the question of, do I change my streaming schedule and like way of doing things in order to make it so that more people can come by? Because if I'm streaming to no one, then I might as well not be streaming right when it's gameplay, like when we're playing in the weekends. That's like one of the things that have been on my mind very recently. And I'm not entirely sure on which camp I prefer to be in. Because I want to like satisfy, you know, everyone, which is obviously not always possible. But at the same time, I also don't want to overdo it, right? But yeah, that's for me to figure out. So for the time being, that means streaming in the same time frame, like, and that's just how it is. And then see how it goes for a while. Because right now, the main thing is that I need personally a routine to work on this project, because I've been slacking on finishing this project for a very long time. And if I don't get into this routine of mine, I fear that, you know, it's gonna have like a negative impact on me being able to even finish it. Could experiment on it if I want, of course. But yeah, I've been thinking of ways to like deal with it, but you know, one day, if I was streaming every single day of the week, it would be very different. But it's also because once I finish streaming, I like to, you know, settle down with just, oddly enough, playing more video games, you know, but it's usually not the same games that I stream live. Like for instance, recently I've been playing a lot of Monster Hunter Stories, which is just a huge JRPG that takes forever to get through, right? And I just like being able to like sit down with a game and just, you know, just enjoy it. Not have to worry about stream lighting or chat or anything, just damn. But yeah, thanks anyway, Sister, and yeah, you're right, you need to get to bed. So good night, Sister, and thanks for dropping by and saying hi. There's always another stream, but now you at least know what I'm up to, so these elements do some weird C buffer stuff. Not exactly sure what's going on with them. So Bacon, this is the upgrade menu that I have right now. Good night, sister. This is the upgrade menu I have right now. So right now there's just tier 1 upgrades for fishing, monster hunting, herbalism, mining, and woodcutting. And right now it's just like, okay, every time it's upgraded, you harvest one more resource per click, right? Very basic idle game mechanics. If a resource doesn't have that particular amount of resources in it, Like if you do 7 damage and it only has 5, it'll only collect 5. At the same time, you might also have noticed these secondary resources that pop out as like an extra reward, which are basically, you can consider those rare or uncommon resources. And they have like a randomized amount based on like variables, basically. There's like a range that all the resources can appear in. And right now the next quest is to upgrade the tool. So this entire tutorial level is basically just like, okay, this is what the game for the most part currently has in it. So some basic quests and stuff, right? And the dialogue, of course. And we've got skeletons. Instead of collecting resources when you attack these guys though, or click on them, you just deal damage to them basically. And these are generating correctly, right? Yes. Actually, I wonder... Hold on. There might be something being played twice. Whoop. So, what do we have here? Oh, okay, I never even added those sound effects. Cool. Well, that just means I don't have to worry about that. But yeah, I've got a lot of the basic functionality in here. Like you can go back to the main menu, you can save your game, you can load your game, you can start a new game. So if I press new game, for instance, it'll like remove all your progress, right, and start a new game. And then assuming that, okay, there's actually something here I need to fix. Huh. Okay, so it doesn't quite work as intended, but for the most part it works. The reason it keeps the kill streak. Huh. Okay. Well then when we load the game, then we should be where we left off. All our resources intact, and all the resources that we did collect are also gone. But the chests that we haven't opened are still here. And that's the exploration element, by the way. This is a very flat, simple level, but I do have a handful of levels already to demonstrate what's possible. I think it's a good idea to do a little bit of a playthrough because it's been a while. I am just gonna skip through the dialogue though, so if you really want to see what the dialogue is about, go play the demo. It's that simple. And that is the tutorial level done, if you will. And when you progress from one, and this is another mechanic that I'm pretty happy with. So whenever you progress from one level to the next, you have a choice to make. You need to decide whether or not you want to save or bookmark rather that level or not. And you only get 5 bookmarking slots for these levels, which becomes important. And when you progress levels, a couple things happen. For one, any quests that you didn't complete get abandoned, and this kill streak here gets reset, which is used for, or can be used to complete certain quests, amongst other things. But this is basically the second level, if you will. This is always the level you get to right now, because it sort of is an extension of the tutorial, because it introduces you to some mechanics that are required in order to continue, but are not necessary in order to continue playing, and there's a couple of reasons why. But here we need a bunch of resources to continue to the next level, and one of them is copper ingots. Now, we can't just break stones to get copper ingots, so in order to do so, we need to build a smithy. That's again where the exploration comes into play, right? Gotta explore this level just to find these quests, if you will. But to make a smithy, we need mushroom logs, rough granite, and citron. And let's see. We do have these auto harvesters that I have used a little bit. They're currently just in a testing phase and here for my own convenience to test, because they speed up like some aspects of the game here in the early stages. The plan is to make these unlockable and then later also upgradable. Right now though, they're really basic and they basically, for every resource in the vicinity of their type, they just harvest one resource on every single one every time it ticks down, right? And then when the resources run out, then you have to move it in order to continue automatically gathering stuff. So it's not infinite. Anyways, should have enough of that smithy. Oop. And in here we can start crafting things. And these buildings right now are all on a level basis. So that means you get to a certain level, it might have a smithy, it might have a lumber mill or something else out there. But in order to access them, you first have to like build them or complete the quest or however you want to see it, so that you can access these buildings. And if you've been sharp and listening to what I've been saying, that means if you progress to the next level without completing the quest to unlock the building, you can bookmark this level, but you won't have access to this building in the future. Also, that bookmarking system isn't quite working as it's supposed to. Hey Cellfire, welcome to. Good to see you. Just doing a little bit of a playthrough of this. But yeah, we can make these ingots in here. And you can speed it up manually right now. It's, again, another aspect of the game that eventually you should be able to upgrade the speed off. But we only need 10, so this is fine. Not exactly sure why the level bookmarking doesn't work the first time around. Maybe I've broken it again. I thought I fixed this, but maybe not. This one works though. Because that was a storyline map, which is a bit of a separate thing. Well, I am disabling them, but it's more like I'm not... The thing that enables them doesn't enable it the first time around. Yeah, I know, it's... You mean this one, right? It's not finished. It's just the basic shape of it, really. For now, though, I need to find out why the heck my bookmarking system is not functioning as it should. At least put one big tree in there. Yeah, I mean, I put waterfalls in it, so it does have something, but yeah, you're right, it doesn't have any resources or anything at the moment. Level progression, I think it's in here that we have to look. I have a feeling this is what's causing the issue. So I've got my save area buttons here, 1 through 5. When that button is pressed, then once it will go up here, wait while flow loop is enabled. While they're not equal, wait, while it's disabled. Okay, let's just take a quick look, see. And level UI. Which one is it? Save area UI, I think. Then we've got all the buttons here. Okay, so these are the buttons. All of these have flow loop is enabled false, right? The one thing that strikes me as a bit curious, and I'm trying to think it's in here, is it? Damn, where is it again? This might take a little while for me to remember where it's located. So I'm looking for the button for the main storyline quests. Here we've got the main story save slot. So leave level, yes. So this has that flow loop is enabled logic here too. Do we have a saved level? Could be that it's my save game functionality that's got some wonky logic right now. But that would be kind of weird because I do seem to recall that it's been working for the longest time ever. Question is, it's possible that it doesn't get through here because it changed some logic. Okay, well, let's try and just change that for the first save slot. Play the game for a bit and then see what happens. We have it saved, so I can probably just use that one. Let's find out, shall we? So this should take us to, yeah, right after doing all the first level stuff. No, it still doesn't appear. put you on the other monitor and then let's take another look, shall we? Is the save slot empty? True. And I mean, I can see the code it goes through here and it assigns all these variables, so why does the... And then outputs after this. Save current levels hierarchy. Save the name. Try and go out of this one. The question is where I enable the actual UI for that button itself. Because it's like it doesn't do that part. I don't see it anywhere here, so... What gives? What gives? Nope. You don't. You just gotta know and remember where things are. Save one end of a cost manager, remove save one quest. So you better document your code and put it into like sensible boxes. That is basically the best advice I can give. But it doesn't seem like I'm enabling any game objects here. And there's no like nothing to that. Why they're all separate things. Unload save level. Well, I can't remember. I think you mean like this, right? Trying to remember why that is. There's like some stuff here and such, but I don't remember what all this does. I made this like literally 2 years ago. Yeah, but it might be like it accesses a different button here, for instance. I don't remember how I did this. I wasn't as well versed in how to use Bolt back then, so pardon me if my code from back 2 years ago was trash. That is my excuse. But I'm trying to see though, because there's nothing here that makes it so that when I press on a certain button, it shows it, you know? So where is that happen? Where was that supposed to happen? Is the big question. Well, before I go somewhere else, let's first make sure that I reattach this to where it used to be, just so that it does that part. Could it be because these buttons used to have a on click event and I've removed that. Oh wait, I think hold on a second. Hmm. Why is there nothing here? Where are all these buttons at? Eh? Oh, okay, because the game was paused. I was about to say. So when I press this button here, it does have the toggle game objects thing that I made the other day. So literally when I press this, it should area toolbar button 1 and area toolbar UI. It should enable those two, but for some reason it doesn't do that. Ah. Let's go and see what's happening here. And this is the wrong script. I need to look at the... I know what it is. I figured it out. I'm a smart boy. It's because they're missing a flow machine. I forgot to add it to these buttons here. I did mention yesterday, I think, at very rarely do I ever have two flow machines on one object. And this is the button interaction. No, it's not that one. Fuck, what was it called again? Or was it on the button interaction? Wait, no, I did implement. Oh, fuck. I can't even remember anymore. Is it in the... Oh, yeah, that was the thing. Wait, maybe I'm doing it in here after all. Okay, okay, okay. How about I go to something that I know enables other UI? Which would be a good example, the new game button. In main menu UI. This one. So this one has those things. Let me just see. Yeah, so it only has the button interaction effects scripts. Okay. Yeah, because the code for this is like really simple, right? It was just like iterate over two lists and then enable and disable those things accordingly. Is it because... Yeah, here it is. So this is where we toggle the game objects. So just iterate through that list of enabled game objects and then it should enable them whenever the button is pressed. Okay. So now I know what it'll look. So if we go to this button here, right? Because that should be the button in that UI. Let's save area UI here. This one. And then button 1 there. Because we pressed that. I remember that, right? So on button click. Yeah, it's assigned in here, so why does it not? It's like it never went in here. There's like no references to anything in here. That's strange. I think I know what could be causing it. Because if I press that button and it immediately gets disabled and doesn't get to run the code that it's supposed to, then that's an issue. Because then it never gets to enable those UI elements. It might do the next time this UI gets to appear, I guess. But it's like it just cancels that action. I think that might be what's causing it. So when we go into here, and not into save and load, go into level progression. What happens is you press the button, and what then? Then we go up here, then we wait while flow loop is enabled. Wait while they're not equal. Yeah, so as long as their flow loop is not disabled, it'll continue to wait. And when we press a button, the flow loop only gets disabled, like set to false or true here. So this is what handles the animation of the button. This is like really annoying to test too. Because that save button does a lot of stuff. How do I isolate this the best way? I guess we could just... We could just disconnect this for now. This is definitely a brain twister. But that is my current guess. So by disconnecting this in the idle clicker, if it enables the icon now, if I press new game and then forcibly open up that UI, and I press the button and it puts it up, then at least I know that that part works. Let's start somewhere, huh? Just as expected. So it's because it never gets into this. So why is that? I think it's because of the sequence that all this happens in. Don't know if this is a good solution either, but we can try. Because now I make sure that we run the toggle game objects thing first. The only thing then is, as long as the button doesn't disable itself, then it should work. Yeah, I don't expect you to, Selfire. That's what I'm here for. But I think that's the key. That's the problem. Let's go into idle clicker and reattach that. That is definitely something you can give feedback on, yes. Idle clicker. Need a large tree. I don't really have any particular. I actually have one really old model from an old project that is a large tree, but it doesn't really work well for this game. Let's see here. Level progression, that's where we were. But yeah, I do agree this entire thing could be made in a more consolidated way, in a much more easily to maintain approach as well. But it's the thing where it works, I only need 5 save slots, and if it doesn't cause me any major headaches, fuck it. I mean, you could, but then you have like a 10, like the same resolution image being stretched over a larger surface area, and then it doesn't look as good. Might make some of the textures appear more blurry because, you know, it's the same resolution textures. Stuff like that, for instance. It's not the only thing. And it would probably look stupid. Also, for a couple of reasons. I don't even remember if the leaves even render from underneath. Might as well just have loaded. Stretch world. I can actually show you something that might be funny to you, I don't know. See here if this works first. Yay, it shows. Oh my god. So now I can travel between the first level and this one. There we go. Everything's good again. Now, I did promise you I could show you something funny. Well, I think it's pretty great. Content. Nope. Where is it? Workshop items. From it's not that old, but if I open up this here and we go to here, you might recognize these trees. Also some of these textures that are, all of these textures really, that I used for this project. Even the skybox actually is the same. Yes, there is a skybox in my Unity project. No, you cannot see it because it's up there. Why is it there? Light reflections and stuff, basically, just to make sure that all that is all right. But yeah, I made like a source map project a while ago where I repurposed some of these assets in the source engine because I was curious to see what it would be like, and this is the result of that. Got a little bit of help getting the models in there, but yeah, there is a map for this. It's for a game over Garry's Mod called Stranded. This is the entirety of the map. It's basically like it's an island with, yeah, it's technically 3 beach fronts. This one over here is like separated in 2, sort of. It has a cave system that connects the beaches with each other on the southern and western part, if you can say it like that. And then there's a mountain top with a bunch of snow. And then there's like the central part of the island where those pine trees were situated. And on this northern side with that beach, you can't see the water, but just imagine there's water down there. This is like a giant cliff face. This is actually what it looks like. This project was a pain in the ass because the source engine has limitations to things you can do with it. And this kind of terrain has a hard-coded limit on how many of these displacements they're called you can have in there, which is basically like a method for you to have dynamic stretching vertex-based terrain in the source engine without it having to be a model. So, but yeah, I was actually pretty happy with this project. It took like a month to make, and I did, you know, implement these assets specifically for this project too, because you have to work with terrain in the source engine in a bit of a different way. But yeah, thought that would be some interesting trivia. Now, what's next? I was just about to say, where did the music go? But yeah, this level as the second one is also like a bit of a challenge, if you will, sort of to challenge you to use the zoom in and the rotation movement keys and such to move around in here, find secrets. Well, since we're here, let's pick it off up where I couldn't go back and forth between these two levels. And we should have everything we need. That gives us the smithy. We'll start crafting those things. And this does work autonomously, just, you know, in the background. So I can just leave this and it'll give me those resources over time. And building this copper mine will give me 2 copper every 20 seconds, basically. So this is just a passive generator. And you might be sitting there wondering, well, Dragon, why can I not just build these buildings directly, like through a build menu or something? And I deliberately designed the game to require to complete these objectives to unlock buildings for various reasons. Since a big part of the game is centered around this bookmarking system where you can go back and forth between levels, I wanted to have like some kind of resource management challenge in there where you sort of get posed with options on what you can do. Do you want to complete all the quests in a level to unlock the buildings, or do you want to save those for like another level future down the line? Like if you're not intending on bookmarking this level, then why, you know, worry about these buildings in the first place? Get that so we can progress to the next one. Oh yeah, we need lightning essence. We got plenty of that. Because right now I have an option when I embark to the next level, and I could, if I could afford it. What do we need? Got the stone, we got the citron, right? It's the mushroom logs. Let's help it along a little bit here. There we go. Let's try that again. So now we have a choice. Imagine for a second that all your 5 save slots were occupied. Now you got to consider whether or not you want to override a previous level, right? If I press 1 now, guess what happens? Well, obviously we get to this long ass dialogue. Again, work in progress. But if I press 1, you'll notice that the tutorial level is no longer there. And in fact, it just doesn't even exist anymore. It's completely removed from the game. Well, like not completely completed, but you know, it's no longer accessible at the current point in time. Also, you'll notice that the quest markers that were here previously are also gone. And in here, this is like the last storyline level I've halfway implemented, which is why it's not finished, because I had to rush for this. Also, yes, I do that a lot, don't I? But in here you have the option to leave the area, and there are a couple reasons as to why that is relevant. Say like you get to a storyline quest that you cannot progress because you need something from a different level, etc. But it's also like because the storyline levels are separated from the main game loop and the main progress in the game. Anyways, now we're in the Tranquil Oasis, which we can still go back to these Golden Glow Caverns. Also. Yeah, I know. It's because there's so many things and I'm so passionate and I like talking about it, so there's like so many details, right? So you guys have to stop me, otherwise I'll keep going if I don't catch myself. Also, these palm trees should be a bit familiar to you because I also use that for the other game, or for the source map. But yeah, the idea is that you traverse through levels and you bookmark them so that you can retain some of the functionality that you get there, but also so you have access to those resources. Because if I go here, the copper mine is still working, right? It's still producing copper for me at a steady pace. And as long as I have this level bookmarked, that won't go away, right? If I save and load the game, this will be here continuing to produce resources. Fingers crossed. If it actually does work. Right? It also gives you access to any other buildings you might have. In this case, we've got a smithy, right? Where we can make copper ore into ingots, and we can turn those ingots into coins. But then what if we have another level which has a marketplace where you can use those coins to buy other resources or items or, you know, whatever it is we really want to implement. And that's kind of what the game is all about, right? It's about figuring out which levels are valuable and so forth. Are you taking off? Alright, Hellfire. Yeah, it is that time for you, isn't it? Well, good to see you again. Thanks for dropping by for all these. I hope you're learning more and more for every time you see watch along and stuff. But yeah, that's basically the core concept of the game. Exploration, resource management, and I guess to some extent level management. So you could skip back to them to farm certain stuffs. And there's more too. There's like a number up here that actually has relevance. Because if I go to the Tranquil Oasis, that number will say 3. If I go to the caverns, it says 2. What that is it's a level-wide modifier. Meaning that when this level was loaded, this modifier multiplied the amount of resources that are available. It was rather large. I think all the levels are the same size, but some of them might vertically be larger than others. What, you said you were you were going to bed? Or did I just misinterpret that? Is it because you can't rip yourself loose? Oh, the number was high. Yeah. Yeah. So like the amount of resources that are present in the local trees and rocks and such is higher, but it also affects the secondary resources that get generated, right? And that's sort of where the idle game economic part of the things get in. You can get thousands out of one tree. I imagine so. Currently there's not really enough content to warrant you to play that far, because I don't think I've implemented quests to actually scale accordingly either. But that is the plan, at least, so that there's some kind of ramping up of resources needed to also complete quests, right? So yes, you get like a multiplier of 10 for a level, but if you want to build like a smithy in that level, you're also going to need multiple more times that amount of resources. And once I get the different tool tiers implemented, it gets even more wild, because then based on what tier resource we have, you will need a separate set of upgrades. But the level modifier is continuously rising for every level that you beat. It doesn't care if you're progressing from a tier 1 containing level, like a level that contains tier 1 resources only, to one that maybe also contains tier 2 resources. So all of a sudden, if you want to harvest those tier 2 resources, there's like 1,000 stone in there, but you can only harvest one at a time, which, you know, you'll be able to get all the stone, but as you already know, if you want to upgrade your wood cutting, for instance, you need sticks, and you only get those by cutting down trees entirely. So the idea is to implement some kind of progression in that sense. Yeah, multiplier of 10. I'd imagine that sounds about what it would be like, yeah. So basically, the idea is that as you progress, you'll need more and more resources to upgrade your tools. For higher tier tool upgrades, you'll need higher tier materials. And something that isn't in here yet is that there's no ramping up of the cost types either, right? So for wood cutting, it's pine logs, sticks, period, and it just, you know, increases at a steady rate. It's like 2 sticks each upgrade, I think, and 10 logs, right? And it's the same for the pickaxe, just a different rate, I think. It's the same rate. What I want to do though is that once you get to certain thresholds, it introduces more uncommon materials, right? And that's because right now it just costs 2 different types, but at some point you'll need more and more varied resources. And that's where having a high multiplier in a level becomes nice, because not only do you need a lot of resources, but you also need it for a lot of different things eventually, is the plan at least, right? Exactly how all that works, not really implemented yet. I do have planned to make tier 1 to 5, but for the demo, I'm exclusively focusing on tier 1. For the early access release, that's like where the different tiers will be introduced, right? Once one tier is working and all the sound effects and everything are in place, then I can just scale it up, right? And make more content. The same with making more levels and so. And of course, if you abandon a level and it works, there we go. If you abandon a level, it has the opposite effect where it lowers the modifier. So you can also just like keep reloading levels until you hopefully get a level you really want, right? Not forcing you to complete them. investing resources into it. Or you can use that as a mechanic to forcibly lower your multiplier just to keep it lower, right? So there's like a lot of RNG involved here. The game is set up in a way that you cannot this is another point, by the way. Because we bookmarked Golden Glow Caverns, we cannot revisit it until we abandon that level specifically. So what that means is that until we replace this bookmark level with another one, we cannot find a Golden Glow Caverns that has a modifier higher than 2, right? And that will affect everything from buildings in there to amount of resources as mentioned, and everything else that is affected by that modifier. So if you want like a modifier 10 Golden Glow Caverns, which gives you access to a better copper mine is the idea, or at least a copper mine with more potential, then that's what you'd have to do. So it's the risk reward scenario where, okay, do I have enough copper for now? Can I leave this in favor of another one so that I can try and get it to respawn, basically? So that's like for the most part, how the game loop functions. There's like small nuances here and there that have implications for the strategy that you can employ in this game. Because that's kind of where I wanted to go with it, right? Because having resources in there being harvestable and you can use it on progressing is cool, and I mean it gives you a sense of gratification or reward whenever you do these interactions, but I mean there has to be like some kind of larger purpose with it. And that's when the quest maps came into play. It's like, okay, these could be the thresholds that you have to beat in order to say to get to higher tier levels or something like that, basically. But that's just like, you know, that's where my thoughts are going, but not necessarily where the game currently is at. That being said, though, I'm trying to process what we need to do next, though. Because we've implemented sounds for the buttons for the quest completion, which is global. I think that seems to be fine, because I do have the ability to move the camera around when you complete a quest. So if it's not global, you might just move outside the audible range of that sound. So that is probably fine to keep it that way. Bop, bop, bop. What's up next? Like, what would I be missing? Just trying to brainstorm here for a second. There is the ambient sounds for the individual levels, I guess. That isn't currently in the game. Things like waterfall sounds, rivers, birds chirping, wind blowing in around mountainous areas, that kind of stuff. But I cannot remember how that works. I cannot remember how that works. Because it's something along the lines that you have multiple sound emitting game objects and then they work together to create like an area. And that's about as far as I remember. It's like you set them to play sound in large mode or something like that. Well, there is one thing now that I think about it that I need to do, which is going to be boring as heck, but it has to be done. At least I think so. So whenever these game objects, these secondary resources, they spawn in, they play a sound. And now the thing about that is that to do that, they need the AK game object. Is that just it, right? Yeah, AK game object, which gets assigned at runtime. And you know, I don't think that's a good idea. I think it's probably better to assign these in these prefabs. Yeah, freaking figures. Okay. Can I just say paste component is new? Okay, that seems to work. And then it can stay with environment aware on because it has a rigid body. There's also a moving object. That's probably fine. But yeah, I need to go through all these prefabs and whatnot and add this AK game object, so that it doesn't have to do that in runtime whenever they are generated. Which should save a lot of performance considering how these are generated and then when they're done, they get destroyed. Ideally, I would have made these in a different way though, but I didn't. And there's a couple of reasons too why. So what I could have done is that I could have had like one template, right? Just one prefab, and then through a script, change the settings of every single one of these, right? Which is not really that much when you look at it, right? There's like an idle resource, which is a scriptable object, which contains all the stats for the values that are generated onto the object. And then there is the graphics on the asset itself, which is nested in there somewhere. On this icon, I think it is, this thing. So in theory, I could have had a reference to this game object sprite renderer and then set that during runtime, like change it out, basically, whenever this resource is generated, and then change that according to the scriptable object in here, because it already has a resources texture, and then assign it that way, and then not have to make more of these collectible items here. The thing about that though is if I did it that way, then wherever I want to generate resources, I would need to generate it in a different way as well. Because right now it's just containing a list of game objects, which are these prefabs, which in that sense makes it a little bit easier for me to control what things a tree, for instance, should generate, right? Heck, I could add 2 branches in here, and then there's a chance that it generates 2 separate items that will give you branches. And I use the same system for when you're opening chests, where I also have those assigned. And that allows me to fine-tune exactly, like, you know, what resources I want where. Something that this also allows me to do is to make graphical variations to these, right? Something I could do in the future is color code this sphere that's around these objects if I wanted to. To say like, okay, depending on the rarity, they get a different color. Sure, you could do that through a script as well. But you have to remember, the more things that you do during runtime, the more your processor has to work for it. You could do it during runtime as a like initialization step where you only do it once, right? And then you basically call those objects that get loaded into memory. But that means that those objects would always have to be in memory in order for that to work. Or be saved like locally in as a file, and that would be bad for a couple of reasons. Because then you're actively writing files to the drive every time you start up the game, which also you don't want. So doing it this way is like just how I'm doing it. But those were just these collectibles. I also need to do it for the enemies. These are the scriptable objects. Oop. That's not what I need. Okay, we did all those. And then we probably also need to do it for all the rocks and stuff. Yes. Yes. Because we're posting the event to this game object. So we're basically telling Wise, hey, could you play like a sound event on this game object? Sure can do. It then says, and then it does that. Why don't we add this as well? Now these don't have rigid bodies because they don't need to be physics enabled. They literally just need to have a transform and a collider. And that's all they need. And why is that? Well, because they're non-move, like they are capable of moving, which is why they're not static objects. But for the most part, they are static objects. As soon as you do harvest them, they do sort of sink into the ground though, and that's when they move, and that's when they need the ability to move. And I think I recall I messed around with the whole static or not static thing a while, like years ago. I can't remember what the result, if you will, was of that. But I think the general gist is that I couldn't make them static while also allowing them to be movable. Which is a bit of a bummer, because if something is static in Unity, it gets treated differently when it comes to rendering and stuff. As far as I remember, at least. I think it affects the render batching on how it works. Of course, there's also the lighting aspect where you can bake light onto game objects that are static. But I don't know. I've never really liked the baked lighting. It just looks kind of ass. You can make it look good, but from my experience, you need like really large resolution shadow maps for it to look good. And if you've got a ton of assets, that probably won't fly because your memory is just going to get flooded. Boo? What do you mean boo, Mike? Or is it like a boo? Because you're trying to scare me. Is that what it is? Like a ghost boo. Like boobies. Right? How you doing? It's been a while. Do the chests need this? I don't think they do. Because they immediately disappear as soon as I interact with them. What about the quests though? No, they don't. But I do know what does. Just working and watching Twitch. Alright. I'm just working. And streaming on Twitch. Oh yeah, these enemies don't need the rigid body either because they don't use the physics engine to move, they just have their position set. And they've got a collider. Is work really that boring? There we have them. Particle systems. Just do two things at once. All right. Yeah, if I watch Twitch, I would probably just get distracted if I'm honest. I really wish I could fucking remove this thing. This is like driving me insane. Congratulations, you've received 100 messages today with Restream Chat. Tweet this. Like, why? This is just like super intrusive. I've tried looking for it, but I haven't found any spot where you can disable this. And it's only a Restream Chat thing, by the way, too. So it's like, if I use Restream Chat's overlay, does it show? I cannot remember. Yes, it does. I do remember when I was using the Twitch Chats overlay, it wasn't showing. You have to free screens, so that helps. I almost missed that message because of this fucking stupid shit. That's why I don't want it. Don't want it. Don't want it. Trying to remember what else I might be missing. I guess there's all the UI buttons that get the events posted to them. So they should technically have a AK game object too. Those are probably not the biggest deal though, because these are very much fixed in the amount of how many buttons you have and all that stuff. So even if it had to initialize a AK game object on them, you would only have to do it once for every single button when you press that button. So it's probably fine. Also, let me unload that because we do not need you. Okay. There we go. That's a good zoom level. In here we have another button. We got a lot of buttons everywhere. I mean, it is a very UI heavy game, so kind of comes with the territory, I suppose. As far as I know, it's not an issue to have the AK game objects as well without potentially the button or whatever it is needing it. Like you can have it without using it. It's not an issue. So even if I do add these to places where they technically don't need to be, it shouldn't be a problem. This only has that one button, right? Yep. Important to stay focused, because if I miss one, that would be a bit annoying since I'm going through them all like this. After all, like, I wouldn't be able to know if I missed any. It's just like gonna generate it at runtime after all, so unless I coincidentally look through all the buttons again to find any that I might have missed, yeah, then that just doesn't happen. I don't know, I could select multiple game objects and then add them in bulk, but I'd rather make sure that I don't miss anything important. Oh god, this might be a bit of... Right. I was about to say it would be a pain, but... because of this hierarchy is massive. But I just remembered that it should be fine. But I thought these were all prefabs. What? Ah, there it is. I was just about to say. Just about to say. If I just go into the prefab and we add that component onto there, then we should be fine. Yes. Yes. So somewhere I have a prefab that I need to access for this thing. But what was it called? It's like processing something. Is it this? Processing element. Not quite. There's a cost element. Profile. Oh yeah, that's true. I was working on save profiles at some point, which wonder how far I got with that. That's a profile element template I accidentally selected. I'll have to go digging at some point to see how far I am with that. And in here, we have a bunch of buttons. I also need that AK game object. And this is also one of those instances where doing it here is probably a good idea. Because these get generated during runtime. Or instantiated during runtime and then populated, so... Since there's at least 3 buttons, right? I think so. There would at least for each of these objects be 3 different components that would have to be added 3 different times. Generate menu does not have any buttons, so that is not something I need to worry about. I could add sounds when the progress bar finishes, but right now I don't think I want to do that. Tooltip is also just information, so that doesn't have any either. We've got all the harvester buttons. They all need it. They need the component. Should be good to go then. And in the welcome message UI, we also have a dismiss button, so that also needs one. Dialogue. Dialogue doesn't have any buttons. And then there's all the main menu stuff, which I haven't added anything to either, so let's do that. Okay. Oh, that's actually something I haven't thought about. I haven't... Haven't added any of that button sound functionality and all that stuff, all the interaction script things, to the main menu button. I think it might actually look halfway decent, so why don't we... Oh, this is a prefab, okay. What? Oh, it's in the... No, what? All the way out here. It's like a multi-step hierarchy. Okay, now we can move that up. And we need to assign the button itself. And you there. Then we just need to set this stuff up, right? The main menu, return to game, and save game button. Set active. Hmm. Yeah, that's true. Because when you start the game, the save game button doesn't exist. And it's like literally the act of going back to the main menu from playing the game is what enables that feature. Enables you to actually save it from the main menu. It's a silly way to do it, but it works. Because regardless, like, you'll be forced to go to the main menu if you want to access that button anyway. And you shouldn't be able to save a game when you're not loaded into one. So now though, so it's just free game objects that have to be enabled. Okay, so it's you and you and you. That way I can remove them from here. Apply. What does it actually do in here? Yeah, it just has references to empty game objects. Okay. Or no references, rather. So that is alright. Collapse some of all this hierarchy stuff. Profile menu UI. Oh, this is what I've got for the new profile stuff. I think the idea is to like when you save your game and you type in a name for it, then it creates a folder with that name possibly. Also, I've got this UI here, which is currently like a work in progress, like an advanced late game, or it's like the mid to late game, like min-maxing grind system, if you will. Items that basically are gonna be equipable into these slots as artifacts and apply modifiers to those various stats that are in the game. A lot of the visual elements of this are working, it's just the functional part that isn't. So namely like, oh, you get like an item and it doesn't actually have any stats on it. It just looks cool. Okay, I think that about... Wait, did I remember to add the... No. Oh, I actually forgot to add multiple things, I noticed. I added the bloody script, but not the flow machine. So we need the button interaction effects. And then we also need to... Can I just say paste components new? Nope, that was the wrong one. Cannot do that then. But I'm lazy. Not really, like, I could just as well have fucking... Yeah, I could just have added a new component. It's just an AK game object with one setting disabled. Literally just this button. Like, oh, the horror of having to do that again. Okay, that's in there now. Cool. Let's give it a quick spin then. I'm also running out of things that I think I can reasonably do today with the time that's left. So I've noticed this for a while now. There's something weird going on. Whenever I start a new game, it plays the dust plume sound at least once. And I have no idea why. Trying to think, what could be causing that? I know what it is. It's when these fucking sheep spawn in. I forgot that it also generates that dust particle effect when they generate. That's what it was. I'm noticing that the particle effect for the secondary resources is way bigger than for the sheep, even though they're about the same size. I mean, it's kind of nice that they get that extra visual emphasis. Because all the other resources, they also generate that effect, right? And it just scales based on the objects. Like width, if you will. The average width. So if it's like a very elongated item, like a rock or something, it's still the average and, you know, it fits the size of the thing. Just so it doesn't get completely out of proportion. I think those sound effects are just on point. They're not too loud and they're just there. Might be a bit hard to hear on stream because of the way that I'm mixing the audio levels in OBS. That's because a lot of the sounds can be fairly loud. I don't want to completely rig your guys' ears. I'll watch this back on the VOD later, and then hopefully at some point I'll figure out like a good place to put it for the time being. It's just what it is when you're working with sound, right? Need to be able to hear it. Sound seems fine to you? Yeah, yesterday the volume of the music was way louder and someone was commenting on it, so I lowered it. But then I watched the VOD back, and then after that point you basically couldn't hear anything. So, but it is a bit wonky because I have to basically, in OBS, change the desktop audio to about a little less than half, so it doesn't completely go nuts, right? And the only indicator I have is these bars on how loud it is, right? So that's kind of what I'm working with. But decibel is like a weird thing where it's like, it's not a linear progression on how loud it is, if I remember right, because it's like a grade of loudness or something. I don't know what the scientific term of it is. But it's like 1 decibel loudness, or whatever it's called, however you put it, from like -30 to -31 is not the same from 0 to -1. Or something like that, if I understand the concept of it. Actually, Mike, also something really, just like a bit of trivia, or I guess like just a fun side effect, right? So when I was looking for sounds for my game, I actually came across the source sound used for the woodcutting sound effect used in 7 Days to Die. Like the exact one, and it's barely even edited, which is kind of nuts. I think I can even find it real brief, because I probably won't be able to get much more done today anyway. And that's random? Kinda, yeah. But you've probably played enough 7 Days to Die to also be able to pick out the sound if I play it for you. Just give me a moment. Filtered SFX. And then I think I put it under material wood. I actually did share it on my Discord as well. Yeah, they did. They did. There was that whole debacle with it too. I'm trying to remember now. Where did I share that? Nah, that's just music, right? Shoot, where the heck did I put it? It's probably like somewhere in funny stuff and I won't be able to find it for like a year. Or miscellaneous, who knows? It's one of these though. I think it... There it is. That one. Like you can hear it, right? Like it's the exact one, and it's basically not edited. I think some of the others are also like that one I think might also be used but edited down basically. It's pretty funny. It's on that free game art thing here. It's literally just like search wood or something. And then CC0 license stuff, of course, because otherwise they, you know. And then it's just like one of these somewhere. I just found that really funny. It's like a sound you hear so often in 7 Days to Die that you can immediately pick it out if you hear the source. I mean, I heard that they got into legal trouble with their assets on some of the zombie models they were using because the licensing stuff was a little bit wonky. Maybe not enough people or just not enough experience. I mean, all the sounds that I'm using for this game are sourced from the same place and another site. They are all CC0 licensed stuff. All the music is as well from that same place. So, you know, a lot of games get made but never released, or get made but never, like, you know, you never really notice all of these small things, especially if the sounds have been heavily edited. Then it might be harder to pick out. Like, for instance, my harvesting sounds, right? It's a mix of different things. So if we go for manual harvesting. So basically, whenever you're doing a manual harvesting, it's a mix of two sounds, right? And let me go into the layout, design layout. So we have like one of 3 randomly chosen swing sounds that also get their pitch adjusted. So there's like 3 different sounds with a randomized amount of pitch variation that gets played. And then on top of that, based on the material, we also play one of these. So for instance, for stone, it's a little bit special, but for wood, it just picks one of these free sounds at random, which are like stripped down, edited slightly and such. For stone though, it's actually a mix of two different sounds. There's these stone-like sounds, which I've tried to find like a really good sound for that, but I haven't been able to find any. And then it's like glass, which makes that nice chink sound, right? And if you put them together, it sort of sounds like you're chipping stone away, right? The only issue is that it works fairly well on the crystal structures in the game, but I don't feel it works well on the big boulders, right? So, because it doesn't, it's way too sharp and it doesn't have that huge impact that you kind of expect from hitting a large boulder. Just like when you're hitting a tree and such. So the other sounds are pretty on point though. Like herbs are pretty on point. Yeah, the stone is fragile. Yeah, exactly. Like it's granite or something that just like flint that just like splinters as soon as you hit it. So I don't know what we could do. So I'm putting a low pass filter on this sound now, so we get less of the sharp sounds. But I don't think I can just do that necessarily. Because it's like if you adjust the pitch down, it also makes the sound clip longer. It also just kind of fucks with the audio quality a bit. But maybe like slight variation to like 100. When we play these together now. Yeah, it's still kind of like... These are the sounds together now. I've lowered the pitch of the actual stone itself. But yeah, it still needs that conk sound that I'm looking for. Don't exactly know how to generate that. I don't think I've got any sounds either in my filtered folders that I can use for this either. And I mean, because a lot of this is like, you know, small pebbles being thrown on the ground or something. What if we take this out, maybe? I think we're getting somewhere. Right? What if we add a pitch randomizer to this and say like, I don't know if 100 in either direction is maybe a bit too much, but we'll try. We'll try. Just so there's a little bit of variation on that sound. It's definitely better, in my opinion. Now I just need to add that to the auto interaction, auto harvesting material, auto stone harvesting. And then that should be good to go. Hmm. I mean, they're definitely modified on the pitch, right? Oh, it's because it's all the way out there? No? Where am I modifying these bastards? Hmm. What am I missing here? Because when I look at it in here, it doesn't seem like there's any changes done to it. Even over here, they're like virtually identical. But when I played back, they've like heavily they're like deeper and they're slower and stuff. Somehow. Because you can hear here it's like higher pitch, right? But then when I play it up here, it's lower. Is it because... not entirely sure why that is, honestly. Ah, it's up here. It's in the very outer layer of the auto interaction. I changed the pitch to -960. That's what it was. I mean, I knew that it had to be there somewhere, but I couldn't remember how far out it was. But yeah, all the auto harvesting sounds are basically duplicates of the manual ones, but I just pitch shifted by like a good amount down into the dumps. So if we switch you to stone, auto harvesting. That's what the auto harvester would play. Like more drawn out, deeper sounds because it's like a larger area of things that you harvest. And then we do it manually. Why are you not? Oh, right. I have to do it in one level further out. So this is when it's manual, right? And then auto. That's like 3 times as long. Definitely a better sound effect now than it was before, so let's give it a go. Now it just might sound wrong when using it on the crystals, but it's like I think like I do want to have it to be very generalized because Wise has like a licensing deal where if you're running the free license, there's a limit on how many sounds, like unique sounds, you're allowed to have. And I forgot to build the sound libraries. Sound banks, I mean. But yeah, Wise has a limit on how many sounds you're allowed to use on a free account, basically, before you have to pay a licensing fee. As far as I know, it's the difference of you can have one unique sound but use it in 10 different ways, which is still only one sound in your sound budget, if you will. But I mean, now I've got like 3 different groups of sounds for the stone, 2 of those groups having 3 sounds each, right? So there's like already 7 different sounds being used for one thing. That did not sound correct. Have I not saved the Wise project? I mean, it said it wasn't saved, so I guess not. I have a feeling that it's because I forget to click in on Wise itself when I need to do the Control S on certain occasions, and then it doesn't technically save. Or it just doesn't save, I guess. There's nothing technical about that. Okay, so it is in there. Let me just do like a little bit of comparison listen here just to make sure that it's actually in there. Yeah, might need a bit more tweaking in the future, but I think this is fine. Oop. Okay. I think that is it for today. Because I could continue working on small things and find things that I need to do. But some of the next things that I need to work on are a little bit more, let's say, involved. And as a result, I would rather approach that with a clear mindset. And then all these extra small things that I could be doing right now, I would rather do that some other time when a bit more focused, because it's probably a lot of, oh yeah, think about all these small details kind of situation. But that is where I will be stopping today, at least. Like, been working on this project now today again for 5 hours without break, which is not a lot in terms of a long workday, I guess, but it's like 5 hours excluding getting to work and packing up and everything, I suppose, and breaks. So 5 hours seems to be a good amount of time. If I keep this up, I'm pretty sure that I'll be able to make it and make the game in time. 5 hours without a break, it's long. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I prefer working through, and then not starting like on a brand new major thing in a project in the middle of the day. I'd rather do like small manageable things if I just finish like a massive thing, or maybe even like clear my head before moving on to the next thing. You work 4 in the morning, then 2 hours off for lunch. Wow. Okay. When I was an intern at that game development company earlier, a couple of years ago now, we would meet in, have our morning meeting which happened around 10, and then work for like, I think it was 2 to 3 hours, maybe just two hours or something, and then lunch break, which was a workplace wide community thing where they always got like catering outside. They had like their own offices. They had catering from outside, and then whoever was like available would basically take it upon themselves to get all the food, like, what do you call it, put on tables and such, so everyone could get the food when they were finished with whatever. And then everyone took the break around the same time, pretty much, unless someone was working on something really critical. And that was like an hour-long break every time, which gave everyone the opportunity to talk across what we were all working on and stuff, which was really, really nice. It also gave us an opportunity to talk about non-work related things between each other, right? So, pretty good. You say you have then 4 hours again in the afternoon, of course, so that's 8 hours, yeah. You don't often take the full 2 hours. It's also a long break. Just leave earlier then, yeah. Where I was intern, they had flex hours. So the only requirement was that you met in before 10, because that's when the daily meetings were, but you could technically work, in more shifts, if you will. You could technically like work for 2 hours, then take half an hour to an hour, actually like even 2 hours worth of break to go to the gym, and then return to work to continue working. Sleep more, work later. Well, kinda. I mean, I don't sleep more, I just sleep at a different time. I mean, my sleep schedule is go to bed at 2 a.m., then wake up at 10 a.m. That's still that's 8 hours worth of sleep. Assuming you fall asleep immediately, which rarely anyone ever does, right? So in effect, it's probably like somewhere between 7 to 7.5 hours worth of sleep. Adjusting for edge cases or whatever. But yeah, I personally feel exhausted if I'm focused for that long. I am also streaming at the same time, right, as working on this, so I don't just focus on working on the game, which is, at least something. But it does feel like I'm being very productive with what I am accomplishing, at least. You only like the option for the 2-hour break if you have some stuff you need to do, like going to the store, etc. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the benefit of like working from home like this as well is that I don't have to spend like between like 30 minutes to an hour plus getting back and forth from work, It has also been a while since I've been working on the game. All the business development things needed to fall into place first, so I've been taking it one step at a time. And now I have these 6 months where I can work on it without the social welfare system go and say like, hey, you can't do that. So in 5 months' time, if the project is profitable on Steam as an early access title, I can work full-time on it, period. And then that's how I should be sustaining myself in the future, hopefully. Otherwise, I don't know, I'm fucked. For that time, that worry. Only have 20 minutes to commute, so not too bad. Yeah, where I was an intern, it was like a 15-minute walk, so that's already still 30 minutes total of a day that just gets spent on walking between places, right? And then, of course, you do have your grocery shopping too. It's like, just before we end, I guess, there is that concept that people say like, oh, you should have 8 hours sleep, like time allowance, if you will. 8 hours allowed to sleep, 8 hours for work at most, and then 8 hours to do what you want to do. But the 8 hours of what you want to do involve things like taking a shower, brushing your teeth, cooking food, walking between your workplace and other things, grocery shopping, cleaning your house, fixing whatever hardware issues might be encountering, etc., etc. So a lot of those 8 hours tend to go to things that you don't want to do anyway, but you have to do. Because if you don't, then you're missing out on pretty crucial things in life, right? At least now I have a massive chance with making all the game. Oh, I have a massive chance to make it with all the game stores and engines like Unity. True, I mean, I could have done this to the same degree 3 years ago. I just wasn't allowed to. The job center doesn't like it when you are productive for some reason. Asterisk, when you're productive and it's not job application related, I should emphasize, right? Because you're not allowed to have a registered company in this country if you're on the welfare system and receiving social benefits, right? So, like every job center everywhere. And it's silly because it doesn't promote growth, right? It doesn't promote the establishment of new workplaces, right? It doesn't promote those who might have the competences but aren't for some reason able to find a place in society that already is established, right? Like I did. I've applied for jobs in the game industry in various places, both in and outside the country. But they apparently just don't want me. So what do? You can have micro enterprise if you already have a job or are unemployed, okay? Yeah, over here it's like you can't have a CVR registered company. CVR stands for something register anyway. But you can't have a CVR if you're on social benefits, if you're receiving them. Because they will literally cut your supply of money if they figure that out. So it's under 15,000 euros in income per year. Oh, that's interesting. See, the reason why they're not allowed to do things like that over here, I've been told, is because of EU. Like specifically, it's an EU thing. The government, it's because the government is not allowed to fund businesses directly. That is the reasoning why. And if you receive some kind of welfare, social benefits from your government, it's considered a direct investment into whatever company you might want to create. So even though you're technically handing out money to invest into people so they can fucking survive, it's still considered an investment in a company. And as such, the EU rules say that, oh, you're not allowed to give your country's populace a upper edge on the international market by directly funding them, right? That is the whole reason why. Fortunately, there is a loophole, and that is because, and actually directly related to the program that I've been on, specifically the innovative, I'm talking shit. Specifically the one that I just went to with the business classes and stuff, right? So part of that is that there is something called a microloan, which essentially is a loan that you sign, but it's through the government, meaning that you can get funding to supply that development of whatever project, business it is you're trying to do. And then over the course of 6 months, you're allowed to run your business because you're technically not really receiving your social benefits, but you still are in some weird ways. Like, I'm not exactly sure how they managed to do that. Because on paper, I'm still just going to be receiving social benefits from the government. And then if my company makes money, then I guess get less from the government, basically, based off of my my budgets that I sent in. So if in 1 month I expect to earn, 10,000 Danish crowns, I'll be receiving 10,000 Danish crowns less in social benefits that month. Now, if I don't actually earn those 10,000, which is a completely different rabbit hole, but just for good measure's sake, if I don't receive or earn 10,000 that month, I'll basically be 10,000 short, and I can go to the job center then technically and say like, hey, so I didn't make 10,000 this month, and I'm kind of starving and unable to pay my bills, so what do we do? And then they'll be like, oh, okay, we see. But anyways, it makes some sense. People should be able to spend their time to invest in themselves in business. And they kind of are. Suppose it's more classes alone than benefits. Exactly. I think that is the way that they're gaining around it. The microloan, as far as I know, is like interest free if you pay it back immediately. And that's obviously what I'm intending to, And I'll still be receiving my social benefits. So over the course of this this period, all the money that I, borrow that I don't end up using to invest in something, I can just pay back. It's free money essentially, with an asterisk, right? Obviously, I shouldn't go and do massive spending and get blackout drunk or something. But I can technically spend some of my budget that was set aside for marketing on other things. I just have to note it down where all the money goes. So that's a little bit of a technical detail there. It's a wild jungle out there, and it's like our teacher, he initiated this entire concept specifically because it's so hard to get started as a business when you have no starting capital, which, for a lot of people it'll probably mean that they postpone it, end up getting a regular paid job, and then they never move beyond that because they fall into that safety net comfort zone where no innovation is happening. And what's gonna happen in 10 years if only every blue moon someone creates more companies? If we can continue to become more people, there's gonna be less and less jobs, and everyone's getting better educated too. So like, where are these jobs supposed to happen, right? It's part of the big problem, right? So if I can't find a job as a level designer, then we need more companies to facilitate those jobs. And that's why I'm going this route as well. It's also an insanely good opportunity to take on this whole thing, right? Because 6 months worth of development time isn't a lot, but it's still a good amount of time to run a business where I can try and earn money and have it run efficiently. The robots will take over. Yes. Yes. Either that or who knows what. Something else might take over. But yeah, that's just like a bit of insight into this whole process, I guess. It's not easy, but it's workable at least. And hopefully it becomes profitable. Because as soon as I can get off the social welfare system, there's so many things I don't have to worry about that has been giving me anxiety over the last 3 years, right? Like, okay, these last few months have been extremely bad because I went into a different welfare system bracket for the social benefits, which has a smaller payout, and I've barely been able to follow through with all my bills and everything. I haven't even I've even loaned borrowed money from my grandma that I still need to pay back, and I just can't. I just haven't been able to save up money. Fortunately, I'm 30 now, so I'm moving up in a higher bracket, or rather I should do it like this. So this is the bracket I was before, And then I moved into another one, which has 2 different groups, the ones that you need to worry about. And in this one, I'm moving up to a level that's basically on where I was before. Simply because I'm 30. Nothing else. I didn't do anything else to earn it than become a year older. So I gotta pay for more things like pension and stuff. But I also get significantly more as a payout from next month. So, or next month and moving forward. So anyways, I should probably cut it here because I can bitch about the Danish welfare system for a while. I mean, it's a good thing we have it. But if you're living on the very edge, you just get social anxiety and then you just don't want to put in any effort to do anything because it feels hopeless. We don't heat with gas here. That's a UK problem. That's like a big UK problem, actually. No. Actually, I don't know. I mean, we don't have localized heating, at least. It's all radiators and shit. I guess it's warm water. That's how it works, right? But yeah, that's probably where we should cut it today. So yeah, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays are pretty much going to be these development streams moving forward. Hopefully I can keep up this this rhythm, this routine, because that way I actually get stuff done. I won't be streaming in the weekend though, because, well, I won't be home. Central heating, yeah. Exactly, could be gas on site and then they heat up the water, right? That's why I was like, I don't know exactly how it works. What I do know though is that whenever you turn it on, you can hear like drips and stuff. And I'm pretty sure that if you let off the pressure of these radiators, water comes out. So I'm pretty sure that it's warm water, right? Keep an eye out for future streams. Yeah, it's always like 1 p.m. to at the now I did it again. 1300 to 1730 usually. Sometimes I push it to 1800 or 1830 depending on if I'm working on something and really want to finish it. But that is the time frame. So when you're working pretty much. So Vata. Sevata, yes. But yeah, that's it for today. So thanks for the chat, Mike. It's been a while. I hope to see you again soon. And who knows, maybe you might learn some programming as well. And anyone else who's been following along throughout the day too. I'm keeping track of the view numbers, not trying to get like affected by it or anything, but I do see them go up and down. I don't know. I think it's like because it's when people work and such, they sometimes watch things in the background and stuff. Anyways, that's it for today. I'll be streaming again from like next week from Tuesday, because Sundays and Mondays I take days off. So see you at the very soonest next Tuesday. Until then, I've been Dragon and have a good one. Bye bye, Toto. Bye bye, Mike, and everyone else. Hello. Bye bye. Take care, everyone.